And in the third quarter, you know Boston's going to answer. They're the best team in basketball. They're great at home. Their fans are booing them into the locker room. You knew you're getting a counterpunch. They came out, didn't turn the ball over, started knocking down some jumpers. The crowd gets back into it. Any coach, this isn't like one time out in hockey.
No.
Any coach in basketball knows you got to stop the run, try to stop the bleeding. He's asleep at the wheel over there.
Right.
So again, I'm not accusing him of trying to be fired, but I'm simply saying if a guy didn't want to coach, needed to be bribed into coaching, and then wanted to be paid to not coach anymore, it would look a lot like what Monty Williams has done this season. Again, I'm not accusing him. I'm just implying.
Right. He obviously does not want to get fired. He's making a hell of a lot of money.
Do you think he'd be bummed if he was fired? He didn't want to coach this year. The deal, I mean, I'm assuming a good portion, if not all of it's guaranteed.
Of course it's
I think
guaranteed.
he'd love to be fired.
Yeah.
I think he'd love to be fired. They're not going to.
No.
But there are times that I wonder, like, what are his motivations? Is he really invested in this? Because, he says it's on him and it's on him and it's on him, and he keeps making the same stupid mistakes over and over again.
Mm-hmm. I don't get it. And, to me, when you're at this point, and I know we differ because I want to see them win a couple of games at least. I don't want them to have, less than 9 wins for the season. I don't want that on anybody, especially a team that I care about. They have some good young players, but man, oh man, after a while, it's going to wear on them. And I'll give the players some credit. Cade was great in the first half, pretty non-existent in the second half. Now, some of that's because of Jrue Holiday, because Cade had 22 in the first half. And he finished with 31 and 5 at the end of the game, which was meaningless.
So he's clearly on the ascent. I mean, and I will say this. Despite all the losing where it's real easy to pack it in, he has stepped up his game.
And he's
played better of late in the face of all this losing. I think it says a lot about his character, about his development. I do feel bad for him in the sense that he is wearing this losing does take its toll.
Yeah, but I think he's being more of a leader by the things he says after games.
Yeah, that he goes to the podium at 4 of the last 5 games. He's there speaking.
And I think that's good. I think that's what you need.
And as much as I'd like for his sake to see some good come of it, it's outweighed by a coach who I don't know if his heart's in it, a general manager who I'm not sure knows how to build a cohesive roster, and an owner who's enabled the whole thing. So it is out of spite. But Stoney, when they got a big lead at half, and I saw the money line flash for Boston at plus 140. Value! I tweeted it out. I made the wager, and I rooted like hell for the Boston Celtics to win, and it's been a fruitful endeavor. If you root against the Pistons, you are right. 28 straight nights. And Stoney, apparently 28's not enough to really get that change that we were promised, so maybe it takes 29 losses in a row on Saturday, or 30 in the new year.
I don't know what they have up their sleeve, if anything. If there's a trade out there, we've heard names, but that seems to be more after the season. Yeah. But and it's a huge if Cade, Ivy, and Duren, those 3 in particular, continue to play like they played last night, there is hope for the franchise. But they need more than just hope. They need other bodies. Thompson, I don't think you could say you hit the rookie wall this early, but you got to play him more. And you have to live with the mistakes. Just don't tell him to shoot threes. Just live with it and just let him, rebound and defend and get some easy buckets on transition. That's what he's there for. Yeah. Play him. Don't play him 11, 12 minutes a night. And I know you might want to have more veteran presence to get a win, but who's your veterans? Bogdanovich is fine. Burks he played okay last night, but he's more cold than hot. And Isaiah Livers, come on, really? Enough of Isaiah Livers. I know Stewart didn't play last night, but still.
The Thompson thing is entirely predictable, okay? More than one thing can be true. He has high basketball IQ. He's a very good athlete. He was deserving of a top 5 pick. He's also a terrible fit on this team because they need to space the floor, and the goal of spacing the floor has relegated him to the bench because he's not a good shooter. This was entirely predictable. And Troy Weaver said, who cares about fit? I'm just going to take the best player available, which in year 1 or year 2 of a restore, that makes sense. In year 4, the pieces, you have to draft guys that can play next to one another.
I know. And look, I would love to be a fly on the wall and hear the conversations between Weaver and Monty Williams, and even the ones between Weaver and Dwayne Casey last year, where he traded Sadiq Bey. Look, bad defender.
Yeah.
Okay? I get all that. But what's today's NBA, as you pointed out?
You got to shoot. You got to.
Even if you don't start him, he's
coming off the bench would be better than this.
He's okay for Atlanta. I mean, why would you extend Isaiah Stewart and not extend Sadiq Bey in today's NBA?
Again, they prioritize defense, although it's not always evident when you watch him play.
Right.
Yeah, so they extend Stewart, who is a stretch 4 in progress. I don't want to call him a stretch 4. They made sure to pay Marvin Bagley after they traded for him.
And then
I mean, when's the Wiseman extension kick in? You know what I mean?
Like,
I know that sounds ludicrous, but it's all that Weaver does. I mean, bigs who can barely shoot, if at all.
I'd rather see Bagley play than Wiseman right now, because Bagley at least rebounds a little bit.
You want to talk Pistons? We can knock out a couple ticket texts and some phone calls. We'll get back into football in the 9 o'clock hour. Michigan, big-time game coming up on Monday. Lions, a primetime Saturday. We'll talk about both of them. 9 o'clock hour, 97.1. All right, if you listen to the picks, you saw a clear line in the sand. Michigan, Alabama, Rose Bowl, narratives, talking points, all of it. Let's just talk a little football here. You guys are welcome to join. 248-539-9797. The expectation for Monday's New Year's Day college football playoff game. The expectation is that Michigan will win or Michigan will lose. Stoney?
Well, we just heard our picks.
We know where you're at.
I think Michigan loses a close game, and the factor is Nick Saban over Jim Harbaugh. And to me, it's that simple.
I think Saban is a great coach, but I think too much of this Bama stuff is predicated on the fact that Nick Saban's Nick Saban, and it doesn't really pay attention to what kind of team Nick Saban is bringing into this game. It's good, but it's not vintage Alabama. This is not the prototypical Nick Saban team. There's no Derrick Henry. There's no Mark Ingram to turn it around and hand the ball off to. And Michigan stops the run even if there was, but they don't have that guy. Alabama's had NFL receiver rooms, like where they're stocked up 3-4 deep of NFL receivers. They don't have Amari Cooper or Julio Jones or Waddle or Smith or you name them. You know all these guys. They don't have those dudes. And Michigan plays defense. So if Michigan's D-line slows down the run, stuffs the middle, wins at the point of attack, gets a takeaway or two against a quarterback who's going to take some chances, it paves the path in a close, low-scoring game for Michigan to win. And I do think Michigan's run game can be a difference maker in this game, too. I think too many people have said, oh, the O-line's not as good as last year, therefore they won't be able to run the ball against Alabama. This O-line that's not as good as last year ran the ball at Penn State, best run defense in America still today. and ran, by the way, one-dimensional. Everybody knew they were running it. Still ran for over 200 yards on the road at Penn State. And then against Ohio State, even after Zinter left the game, putting it away on the ground with his offensive line. They don't want to drop JJ back 35 times.
No.
I don't think they need to. I think this O-line can win enough against Bama to where they don't need him to be a 35 pass attempt, slinging around the yard quarterback.
I don't know if they can win by going, 3.5 yards a carry with this team. I just
Well, it'll be a low-scoring game,
Right.
which I think is what people are anticipating, expecting.
Yeah, and look, Alabama, you think the other side of the ball, their offensive line is pretty damn good, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Latham is considered a top 15, if not a top 10 pick.
Yep.
I mean, they have other guys in there. Yes, you're right. It's not vintage Alabama, but as you look through some of these mock drafts, and at least you see, at least 2 or 3 guys are in the first round.
You're saying for Bama?
For Bama.
They got dudes on defense. McKinstry,
Yes.
Kool-Aid McKinstry's very good.
Right.
Dallas Turner, the pass rusher, very good.
Yeah.
They got another corner that people like too. I'm not telling you that Bama's like suddenly devoid of talent, but the idea that I think so much of the narrative from people is that this is Bama, this is the SEC, and this is where they really sink their teeth in. And I don't think this is as good as they've been, both Bama and the SEC. I think the gap between, say, the best team in the Big Ten of Michigan and the SEC is closer. It's narrow. It's winnable. Michigan's the favorite for a reason in this game. And I don't think they're really being treated that way with a lot of the coverage. I mean, they're being kind of talked about as an underdog, even though they're 13-0, undefeated, and favored in this game.
But I don't think anybody's sitting there saying, whether even locally or even nationally, saying that Alabama's going to steamroll them. I think the people that are picking Alabama just think it's going to be a close game. And overall, they think Alabama has a little more talent and speed and obviously a much better big game coach.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get away from the coaching discrepancy here. You're talking about the greatest college football coach ever, who is excellent in this spot since the playoff format started. Mm-hmm. He's only had one loss, and it was Ohio State with the Cardell Jones, Zeke Elliott. That offense was humming. That's the only thing that took down Saban in this round. It was only by 7 points. Is this? I don't think Bama or Georgia or the SEC are as good as they have been. I don't think this Michigan team's as good as last year. And that's probably my big dividing line versus a lot of people. I don't buy into Michigan being better this year than last year. I think the offensive line is significantly they're not bad.
No.
They're not as good as they were last year.
No.
Last Olawatimi's gone, and now you lose Zinner. And we don't know how that's going to play out in this game at all. I buy into the SEC having more talent, more 4 or 5 stars versus 4s and 3s. I do think if this was Michigan or Ohio State playing in this game last year's teams playing this year's Bama or Georgia,
if they were healthy,
that they would win. I do. I think the Big Ten's down. The Big Ten's big win is
Ohio State, Notre Dame on the road at night, or Penn State, West Virginia. And at the time, it wasn't that big a deal. West Virginia ended up having a decent season. My point would be the SEC has very few marquee wins, 7-10 in their non-conference Power 5 opponents. And what's their big win?
Exactly. And
I mean, if anything, there's epic losses. The Big Ten doesn't have some big loss in the non-con the way the SEC
playoff team
lost to Texas, right?
They beat
LSU
the
lost to
fifth best team
FSU,
in the country.
right? Okay, but LSU lost to FSU. I mean, go up and down. Florida, who's not good, but they lost to Utah. It's across the board. North Carolina lost to.
You played the transitive property. Well, Utah lost to Northwestern in the bowl game. I mean, you can't go that way.
I think this was a down year in college football. There's no doubt about it.
It's more open than ever.
I think everybody kind of slid down a little bit. See, I think that's what we're not seeing here because we're too close to the situation. Michigan, I don't think is close to being as good as last year's team. I think the wild card here maybe is that Corum didn't play in the TCU game last year, so they do have the 1-2 punch. I just think the difference here, I feel like Michigan. My perspective was a lot different from the Ohio State game than many people. I thought Michigan played a perfect game. I thought Sharon Moore pushed every single button right. And Ohio State was, 25, 30 yards away from winning the game? Can you do that again? Because I think you have to play a perfect game against Bama. That means JJ probably has to play his best game ever. I think Donovan Edwards is going to have to be huge in the receiving game, something we haven't seen as much as we thought we would this year. I think Michigan has to score a defensive or special teams touchdown.
You never want to be in that spot.
And I really do. I think they need to steal a score. And so that's why I picked Bama. but Michigan could do that. They got
Right.
Will Johnson or Morgan.
You
Mikey Sanders still
Yeah.
always where he needs to be.
He's got to be right around
They need that
either
play.
Burton or Bond. I'll tell you that, because those receivers, those two, while they're not Waddle and Judy and those guys or Smith, they're still very good. 248-539-9797. I agree that this is not the same Alabama team, and Michigan's defense, I think, is legit. It's going to be a close game. I can't get Saban out of my head, and I want to ask a question about Saban. By the way,
Yeah, go ahead.
do people like or dislike Nick Saban? And
You're saying in the state here?
yeah, and even Michigan State fans, because a lot of people love him because he did a good job here, and a lot of people still pissed the way he left.
Well, they didn't pay to keep him.
I understand that, but he very succinctly told people at a public setting that he was going nowhere, and then the next day he's on a plane.
Yeah, well, he's done that a couple
I know.
times. That's kind of his MO.
Exactly. We got some ticket texts. First on the Pistons that we were talking about. The GM didn't want the coach. The owner wanted the coach. Until there's a top-down on the same page, communication, nothing will change. Just look at the Lions. Good point. Hayes was rotten. Couldn't shoot. Turnovers, just bench him because they can't trade him or just let him go. Buy out Monty somehow. I think he wants all the money and retire. Raptors for the title. Oh, that's tomorrow night.
Yep.
Pistons don't have a low post player down the stretch that will demand a double team, get a bucket, or get fouled. They lack that asset. Other teams have a guy. See, now you're sounding like Troy Weaver because he says you have to have a big in this, and especially in the East. Yeah, they have bigs, but they're not good enough bigs to, like you said, demand a double team. That's part of it. Let's go to Ed. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Look, this Michigan-Alabama stuff, Alabama has a losing record against Michigan. You know that, don't you?
Well, were you going back to
Ed,
you're going back
Ed.
to the Civil War?
Ed.
No. With Saban. I'm saying with Saban. Saban is 5-7 against Michigan. Okay? He's 2-3 at Alabama. And he's lost the last two. Why are we afraid of him?
Wait. What Saban are you talking about? Lou Saban, the former coach of the Buffalo Bills?
I'm talking about Nick Saban.
When was the last time
Look it
Michigan?
up.
Hold on. Give me. Maybe because I'm getting old. Today's my birthday. Maybe I forgot. When was the last time Michigan beat Alabama?
I didn't look that up. I looked.
Obviously.
Ed.
Obviously.
Hey, Ed, do us a favor. Look it up next time.
Yeah. Citrus Ball.
Bye. The last time was 1999 that Michigan beat Alabama.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that wasn't Nick Saban.
It was not. Fun fact, it was not Nick Saban. Saban's been the coach twice head-to-head against Michigan. Let's get the facts straight.
As the Alabama head coach.
Yes. Alabama's 2-0.
Right.
And they won both games by double digits.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm making the case that Michigan wins the game. But we don't need the nonsense that's just made up fairy tale, fantasy land,
come on,
Michigan fans.
really?
Come on, guys. Come on.
With an Alabama accent, too.
Yeah, the AT&T Classic, too, the one year with Brady.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
The 2012 and
okay.
2019 are the two meetings.
Yeah, okay.
Kenny, let's try to do better. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, Happy New Year.
Thank you.
So I've been hearing all this about Michigan. There's a reason why Michigan is going to win this game.
Tell me, Kenny.
First of all, here are my points. The first one, they always say it's not offense travels, it's defense travels. That's the first thing. Number two, being the best defense in the country, I would tell you, or top 5 defense in the country, that counts for something.
Yeah.
Number two, this is the best team. I don't know what you're talking about that, or compared to the other teams, this is just this is a group of guys. It's the best team in the last 3 years that has been assembled. The reason why comes to my third point, discipline. Michigan is going to win this game because they are disciplined. Everybody, including special teams, everybody knows where they're supposed to be. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. You see the penalties they have committed during the season. Very few. Mm-hmm. They are so quiet. No, even during the press conference, they don't just yap. No, we're going to beat TCU. Everybody's so disciplined. And that's why you see even Vegas is picking them to win this game, because Vegas is seeing something that we are not seeing. And I tell you, Michigan's going to win this game by double digits.
Whoa! Now, I agree with you on the discipline. That's a very underrated point. This team is connected more than the other teams, I do believe.
Because think about it.
Last year, they were yapping about TCU a little bit.
He's right. So think about it this year. We're all saying close game. It's just what side of the coin are you on?
Right.
Well, in a close game, Michigan takes half as many penalties as Alabama and wins a turnover battle more often than Alabama. Well, what are the type of things they're going to decide? A critical third down. Is it 3rd and 2 or up? False start. 3rd and long. That's more likely to happen to Alabama than Michigan. So those little things flip the coin the other way.
Hopefully you're right. I would love to be wrong.
Oh, I would too. I don't want to come across the hunk here, and I think I'm Stoney. It's going to be very close. I just think the talent discrepancy is still there, even though it might not be as sexy as people really think.
I don't see again, it may play out that way. I don't see the talent discrepancy that way.
This has been going on since 2000, what? The mid-2000s.
Mid-2000s, the SEC.
Since USC crumbled.
Yes.
That the SEC has more talent than any other conference. Doesn't mean that you can't get them, but find me the spots where the Big Ten wins this game over the last 15 to 20 years, and the best coach in college football. I'm not going to go against that. Doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Now, the Big Ten came close last year, but unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, Ohio State missed a field goal.
Yep.
Or else they would have been the national champions.
All right, 248-539-9797. Michigan wins, Michigan loses. What's your gut say? Countdown's on. Game's on Monday, 97-1.
248-539-9797. Stoney and Jansen. Jim Costa in for John, who's going to be in Pasadena. On the call with Doug Karsch as Michigan tries to get to the national championship game against Alabama. Pistons lose number 28 in a row last night to the Boston Celtics, 128-122. The Cleveland Browns have qualified for the playoffs. Hard to believe, with Joe Flacco 37-20 over the Jets. And tonight at Little Caesars Arena, the Red Wings try to score 4 goals because they can win when they score 4 goals. Right, Jim?
Yeah, it's the Stoney birthday celebration tonight. Score
that's
4
right.
goals, win the game, everybody's happy.
That's right. I'll be there for the LCA against the Nashville Predators. Oh, so will this person. Cindy, you're on 97, won the ticket.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, dear.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I just wanted to wish you a very happy, special, big birthday.
We haven't mentioned that part of it yet, but that's okay. Everybody I think knows. Yeah.
Okay, so you can collect Social Security now. I'll give it away.
Okay, thanks. Yes, thanks, honey.
So my wishes for you are a Michigan win and a Lions playoff win. Those are my wishes for you.
Okay.
Stoney has other wishes.
Don't make this weird.
Well,
We got a big 4. We got the birthday. We got the typical Saturday night. We got New Year's Eve.
I know.
And then you start the new year the right way.
It's a hat trick, honey.
yeah. Well, we'll see what we can do about those special wishes.
Okay. All right, love you. Thanks for calling.
Love you. Happy birthday, honey. Love you.
Bye.
Saints of a woman.
Yeah, 248. You have to be to put up with me. 248-539-9797.
Hey, Stoney, before we get to the phones, she said something. She said a playoff win for the Lions and a playoff win for Michigan.
Yeah.
If you only pick one, who needs it more?
Who needs it more? That's a great question.
Because Michigan, it feels like if not now.
There's my answer.
But for the Lions, it's 30 years. You can't win the division and not win the home playoff game.
30 years. All right. True. The Lions, for the Michigan, they've never won one. Never. They haven't been in the playoff for that long, but
Right. It's not
never.
exactly. They haven't had 30 years of chances.
Who knows who the coach is going to be? Who knows? The Big Ten is going to allegedly be stronger with USC,
Oregon,
UCLA,
Washington.
Washington. So I think Michigan needs it more.
So you would birthday wish it Michigan more than the Lions.
Yeah.
Is your sister coming to town this weekend?
No. Oh, stop. She's listening. She's really pissed at you now. You guys got to have her on the February 16th extravaganza, whatever the hell that's going to be. 248-539-9797. Well, who do you think needs it more?
Oh, it's going to be easy. Lions, come on. You can't have a home playoff game and let these people down who've waited 30 years for this.
Okay, I get
Michigan. Listen, Michigan needs it too. It's why
Right,
it's why it's a great question. But for
Yes.
me, it's the fact that it's a home game for Lions fans. You better win that game.
that. Yeah. Gov, you agree? Lions or Michigan?
Oh, I go Lions.
Okay.
Yeah. Michigan's won a natty in my life.
Right. Who's a more tortured fan base?
Oh, that's true. Who's a more annoying fan base? And I'm part of it.
I would love.
Well, yeah, that's the other benefit. If I can hear Michigan fans complain for another year, it's not going to bother me.
Yeah.
Just to get to the divisional round, man. Be one of the final 8 teams.
To get to the championship game? Oh, man.
I don't know.
Look, it doesn't matter. Look, give me either. I'll be very happy. I'll be Wojo. Wojo would say both. Brian, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Fellas, good morning. Gov and Stone, y'all need to get a pair, bro. If you look at the season, I'm saying that in a nice way, too. I love you guys.
You don't
I
have to
know.
say it nice. You were right.
Listen, you look. Michigan is the better team. They're the better defense. They're the better skilled players. They got the better quarterback. Although both skilled players on both sides, on both teams, are not that great, Michigan has the better team. Why do you think the line is still like that? Stop looking at Nick Saban as if this is 10 years ago where the SEC could pile up their rosters with money. Things are starting to even out now with the NIL. And when things are even, Nick Saban is no all-time great coach. But if he could fill his roster up with money and players, yeah, he's an all-time great. Michigan is the better team.
All right,
and you got to look at it that way.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Brian. Forgetting the NIL, forgetting all that, who do you trust more in a big game, Nick Saban or Jim Harbaugh? And because that's the only reason I'm picking Alabama.
The guy that's been to a Super Bowl is who I would trust.
Okay, that's fair enough. but I disagree.
All right.
I
I love y'all
respectfully
show, fellas.
disagree.
Take care.
Thank
Thanks-
you.
thank you,
Appreciate it,
Brian.
Happy New Year.
I don't know how you can answer Jim Harbaugh in that situation.
No, either do I.
I mean, come on. That is not you. That is just disrespectful to Nick Saban. How can you deny what he has done? He did it with not garbage teams, but he changed along the way from going offense more to some of the QBs he won with. You know,
Hey, Stoney, you had the names earlier.
Yeah, McCarron, McElroy, Coker.
Okay,
He
so
won a national title with, granted, he was the number one pick in the draft that bombed with Jamarcus Russell and LSU. He won it with a different team. Granted, it was SEC.
if I buy into Brian's opinion, which I don't, but if I did, that Michigan is the better team, the better talent, I would go to Super Bowl Rams Patriots. I thought the Rams were the better team, but the better coach won, and McVay admitted it after.
Sure.
That's how much think this matters. I respect Saban in this situation very much like Belichick. Some of the Super Bowls you didn't think the Patriots would win.
What would it say then? If Michigan has the better team, better skill positions, I know you bristled, but running backs, I think, really kind of carry that.
Yeah, okay.
Better defense, at least based on stats and how we track this stuff. If they have the better team and they're the favorites and they lose only because Jim Harbaugh's not good enough, I mean, that's damning.
Yeah.
Well, I think the defense is the debate. And I think the Michigan's, statistically, you can argue it all you want. The Big Ten offense. That non-conference, and Ohio State put up 24.
Yeah,
that's fair. I mean,
Bama doesn't have the Ohio State receivers. I mean, I just.
But
Michigan, not in the big house.
Not that Milroe is great, but Michigan has not had to go through any good quarterback, right?
No, the best QB they faced is
Talia.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Maryland's quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, this should be a tight grinder game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go with Bama in this situation. I'm going to trust history.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing too.
I think the better trenches are Michigan. I think a close game. You disagree?
I think defensive trench, yes. Offensive trench, no.
I mean, hold on. They don't have Zinter and they don't have Oluwatimi from last year.
Right.
But they still have pieces from the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line, right? Keegan is still there at the left guard spot.
Yeah, I know.
But what Alabama's offensive line did to Georgia? I think we're too far away from the situation. We're too close here.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan's offense was not as good this year because their offensive line wasn't as good.
Exactly.
And if it was last year's team, I'd pick them to win this game. And you talk about defensive, now they're Michigan strong in the interior defensive line. Well, going into the Georgia game 2 years ago, Michigan had the number 2 pick overall and a second-round pick on their edges. And it didn't mean squat once the game plan took them out.
Okay, I just looked this up because you brought up the Georgia game. Alabama ran for 2.8 yards a carry. So this offensive line you're giving the edge ran for 2.8 yards a carry.
It's a good point.
I'm just saying, and they got Latham, who's an NFL offensive lineman in my mind, but Michigan is the more disciplined team. They're the tougher team. They're the better trenches team. They're the better team.
But NFL talent wins in these situations like this. I think you can look across the playoff history, and even before that, the team with the NFL talent usually prevails here. Stoney, you looked up. You found 3 guys from Bama going in the first round.
2 in the one mock draft, but there's another one I saw that had 3. And
Who's Michigan's first rounder? JJ?
If in some people's minds, yes. Some people's minds.
I don't dispute that he can't
Chris
be a late...
Chris Jenkins, people have in the first round. But
Will Johnson?
Well,
not eligible, but I'm just saying, but NFL talent on the roster.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
That's your guy, man. He made the play on Harrison in Ohio State game that I actually think is one of the most important plays in that game.
There's no doubt about it.
It gave Michigan an easy 7.
All right, 248-539-9797.
Got a good conversation going ahead of the playoff game. Michigan, Alabama, and the expectation. See, Vegas says Michigan's winning this game, despite the fact that a lot of money, a lot of bets have come in on Alabama. So you have two schools of thought here. It's Nick Saban, it's Alabama, and Milroe is dangerous enough where he can take over a game, and they had a lot of that down the stretch. But I point to Michigan being the better team in the trenches, the more clean, disciplined team, and I do think their offensive line can push people around when they've needed to this season. So which camp are you in? 248-539-9797. Terry, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks a lot. Hey, I've been like a lot of people apprehensive about betting on Michigan, even though it's my favorite team for the last 20 years. And I wasn't going to bet on it, but last night I sat and watched the replay of the Alabama Georgia game, and I'm convinced I'm putting my money on Michigan for a couple reasons. One is I think the secondary for Michigan is going to make the difference, especially the two corners. What I've noticed over watching the games is that Sandersill and Johnson seem to have explosive closing speed. The run and gun teams from SEC and then Washington and all those, their quarterbacks throw downfield and are successful because many times they're throwing to the ball to favor the receiver with the defenders back to the quarterback. So I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that like Michigan closed down Harrison or made it tougher on him in the Ohio State game. So I think that's going to make a difference. And then the other thing that's going to make a big difference is if Harbaugh lets JJ run for the third down. It seems like the other teams, their quarterback drops back on a third down situation. They look to run their 5 or 6 yards to get the third down. And Harbaugh's old school. He thinks the quarterback's got to stay in the pocket and make the play.
I would love to see JJ run more. I think he was banged up a lot towards the end, and hopefully the time off gave him a chance to heal. RPO means you can run as well. Some ticket text before we go back to the phones. I can't stand Nick Saban for the way he left Michigan State.
There you go.
Chris. Yeah, because there are people, a lot of people don't like Nick Saban. It's hands down, the Lions need a playoff win more than the Michigan Wolverines do. Can we not even mention the sorry Pistons for the rest of the season, please? That's from Ted and Troy.
Getting to that point.
Yeah. Michigan mucks it up. They are a team together, and yes, Saban is a good coach. Michigan wins 18-17. JJ gets a 2-point conversion to win. That'd be
pretty epic.
Fun. While not the same old Bama, this Bama team has got hot, and Saban has had a month to get ready. That's it. It's. I don't know. I'm a simplistic moron when I say Saban's the difference. Sure, Harbaugh went to a Super Bowl, but who won the Super Bowl? Harbaugh did.
You know,
I've never been the different one, obviously, for those of you who don't know.
My biggest knock against Harbaugh is, he's won some really big games in his life. There's no doubt getting to the Super Bowl is probably his biggest accomplishment as a head coach, right? Mm-hmm. Beating Ohio State, okay? But when he gets into the Final Four in NFL and college football, here's the data. He won one NFC championship. He's 1-4 in these games in the last 4. He won the very first one with the Niners. Right. They trailed 17-0 in Atlanta. They get off to bad starts.
Yeah.
They ended up squeaking it out late, 28-24. They lost to Seattle the next year in the NFC Championship game, or 2 years. No, it was the next year. In Super Bowl against Baltimore. Fell down 28-6.
Then the lights went out.
Rallied, but fell short. See slow start again? Last year, 21-6 against TCU. Georgia a couple of years ago, 14-0 early, 27-3 at the half.
It's weird.
What's going on here?
I know.
There seems to be an issue with him. Bowl game record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Flacco for all AARP members. Okay, thank you. Alabama needed a miracle to beat Auburn. Auburn is objectively bad.
Yeah, 6-6 football team. And it's a rivalry game, and everybody says that. But, okay, in addition to needing to eke out a prayer at Jordan Hare, Alabama also had a narrow game against Texas A&M, who fired their coach and wasn't particularly good.
A tough game against South Florida.
Yeah, real tough game against South Florida. And I get it earlier in the season, but the point is, like, It's not like Alabama was throttling teams this year.
No.
They played a lot of close games.
Yes, they did, and I think they'll play another close game.
Arkansas, another one. The game was in Tuscaloosa. Let them all the way back in, 3-point game. I mean, you're not doing this, Stoney, but there are a lot of people that are going drive-by analysis.
No.
Bama. Put that to bed.
It's going to be a close game. I would look, if Michigan wins, I certainly wouldn't be stunned at all.
Is this one of those games where it just comes down, whoever gets the most rushing yards wins? It kind of is. All of the talk we've done today, it seems like whoever wins, that's going to win.
Yeah, pretty much. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. What's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Just every end of this year, Ohio State, we talked about, we're going to see all these new plays from Michigan because they've been saving stuff up and haven't really had to run all their offense because they weren't playing anybody. I'm just wondering if they still got some stuff that we haven't seen that they might pull out against Alabama, because it's been pretty boring, Corum, which is great, but I really want to see him go over the top, try to hit Wilson, even Cornelius Johnson and Morgan now that he's coming on. But, you think they're going to open it up and let J.J. really take off finally? Because I think that's what they're going to have to do. Sure, they can get – Corum hasn't had a big, huge game. Edwards hasn't really done much running the ball. Corum's been crazy. He's got 1,000 yards, but last year he had 200-yard games, and Edwards had a great game versus Ohio State. And I just really hope they let J.J. show us that he is NFL ready, that Harbaugh keeps talking. He's NFL ready. I don't think we've seen it all year, but I think for them to win against Alabama and beyond,
now
we got to see J.J.
Now, maybe it was manifested because Corum was hurt last year, but last year's playoff game, the game plan was to throw the ball a lot more, and it really didn't work till the second half, and they were already behind because of two pick sixes.
Two pick sixes didn't help, so hopefully we don't see that again. But I think they're going to beat Alabama. I hope. They got to do it. Saban, I'm not a big Saban fan, but I think Harbaugh can do it. I think they got the team to do it, and hopefully they pull it off. Like I said, they let J.J. run wild and show us what he can do.
Well, let's have the J.J. conversation. He makes NFL throws.
Yes.
Like tight window, velocity.
Right.
He makes those throws. Now, he has not been asked to do it very often.
Right.
Because of the style that Michigan plays. Can he do it in a big spot? Yes. But the level of confidence you have probably isn't as high because he hasn't done it repeatedly. He hasn't been asked to, but he hasn't done it repeatedly.
And his confidence level in his own ability sometimes is too high because he does try sometimes to force it in that tight-ass window.
Like TCU last year, or Bowling Green this year when things got a little tense.
Yeah.
The other thing with unleashing him is, like you said, running the ball, letting him go, set the edge, get to the edge, pick up a first down.
Right.
If it ends up being low-scoring defense, field position matters. You pick up a couple thirds, it matters.
Yeah.
And he may be doing that with his legs. And he can do it. He's not Milrow, but he can.
Oh, absolutely. He's probably
he's the best Michigan quarterback since Henne.
Oh.
And you could argue
definitely
better in different ways.
Yeah.
He's more accomplished than Henne was. Back-to-back Big Ten titles. Beat Ohio State back-to-back times.
Yeah.
So you've got the best quarterback since who? That's why when people say that's why when people say this is your best chance. You have Corum, you have still a damn good O-line.
Right.
You have JJ, and your defense is chock full of dudes.
Right.
So
look, if Brady was allowed to play for as longer than he should have, he might have been the better one. Obviously, we know what he did in the NFL. Yeah, look, they've had some really good. They were quarterback U for a while, not great NFL quarterback,
but they're putting dudes in the league.
Gerbach, Collins, lots of them. Greasy. They've had some really good quarterbacks.
Let's get back to the phones. We've got Jim next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys. Hey, one thing I was going to say is I look at the Michigan schedule. They've played one of the worst quarterbacks, opposing quarterbacks I've ever seen. I couldn't even name maybe two of them. I have no idea who half these guys were they were playing. It was like almost playing like a JV team or a MEC team. I don't know what their defense is because even Penn State doesn't really have their offense was horrible. So what kind of defense does Michigan really have? Look, it's hard to compare them to anybody right now because I really don't know who they have and what they have on the defensive side. I like Alabama by a touchdown. I think Saban's the main key right there. He gave him a month to get ready. Saban did a smart move by hiring a Michigan coach just to irritate Michigan. He's good at that kind of stuff.
Yep.
He does. Yep. He did that on purpose. I mean, that's Nick Saban for you. And I'm hearing a lot of rumors that Saban's gone too after this year. I think their players probably know something going on. I'm just hearing a lot of stuff going on the internet. Obviously, don't believe everything you read on there. But I'm hearing this might be it for him, and maybe he's told his players and they want to go out and give him the final national championship. But I don't know. I was nervous. I'm not a Michigan fan. Obviously, you could probably tell. But defensively, how good are they when really their schedule could come back and bite them?
That's true. And but this is not a vintage Alabama team, even though I think Alabama's going to win a close game. If they manage somehow to win on New Year's Day and have to face Houston and Washington, who have dynamic offenses.
Texas.
That's what I meant. Yeah, Houston.
It's in Houston, which would be playing Texas in Houston is not easy.
Right.
Yeah.
So a dynamic offense with pretty damn good quarterbacks, NFL quarterbacks. They say with Penix and Ewers. Then that question will be answered.
It's completely different type of opponents, but this playoff, and we've talked about it a bunch, is wide open.
Yeah.
If Washington beats Texas, they're undefeated with an NFL quarterback who can sling the ball and they keep him upright.
And
their O-line is great.
And a brilliant offensive head coach.
Right, creative and DeBoer, and if he'd be 10-0 in ranked games. I mean, that would be as tough a task as you could think. But if they lose, it's probably because Texas overwhelms them, and you got to play Texas in Texas with a great front that probably matches up with Michigan well. Their O&D lines are very good.
Yes.
In addition to having real weapons down the field.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy.
Yep, and Mitchell.
Yeah, who transfer from Georgia.
Georgia and Worthy, who was nearly a Wolverine.
Should have been a Wolverine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
Josh Gaddis always comes back to it. Michigan fans and just college football fans, your read on this game, it's 97-1. Thank you, Rico. One more time. Big game on Monday. Everybody's kind of laying down where they're at going into this big weekend. It's Michigan and it's the Lions.
Yes.
Lions got the big Saturday night game. We talked about it in the picks. Stoney, you and I both like Dallas, but we differ on this big playoff game at the Rose Bowl. And we've had people weigh in all morning, 248-539-9797. We can knock out a few more thoughts on the matchup.
Right.
You're Bama. I'm Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's 1.5 point spread. We both think low scoring. It's what does it come down to you?
Yeah.
And we've got Jamel next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy birthday, Stoney. Definitely love
Thank you.
Definitely love your involvement in high school athletics here in Michigan. You're a legend. So, again, I appreciate it. One of the things I want to point out is 0-0 right now, right? So all the records, it's just really a new season when you talk about the playoffs. So when you talk about a new season, you go with the coaching staff that I believe is the best, and that's Michigan from top to bottom. So especially with Sharon Moore getting the confidence of being the head coach and allowing him to win those games when Jim Harbaugh was on his couch watching very much from his couch. The thing is that what separates them, Saban and Jim Harbaugh, is the fact that Jim Harbaugh is a better coach. Yes, Saban has a better record because he stacked his squad for the last 10 years. But now that NIL is separating his squad, and that's the reason why he got upset with Deion, because he was messing with his top players.
Jamel, do you believe what you're saying?
I absolutely do believe what I'm saying, because it's the thing. Because the NFL, because we act like Saban succeeded in the NFL. He miserably failed.
This is a college game.
When the talent makes it the same.
Jamel, I'm with you. I think Michigan wins the game. I do not understand the idea that Nick Saban is not the best coach in this game.
Absolutely not, because he stacked his talent. I mean, I guess
that's called recruiting. That's allowed. It's allowed. Everybody's allowed to recruit the players.
So let me ask you this, Jamal.
Okay.
Why is Jim Harbaugh's bowl record so horrific?
Because other people had a head start as far as talent was when you're talking about, especially talking about the SEC. So when you're talking about you facing the same teams over and over again, like the Clemsons that had a 10-year head start, the Alabamas that had a 10-year head start, it was hard to break that lineup. The Ohio State, they had a 10-year head start, actually a 20-year head start. It was hard to break that recruiting battle. So now that we got a firm grip, and I think we're not going to lose it, I think it's now Harbaugh is like, I'm way better than you, Saban. You know that. Like, the talent erased your mistakes. You're not that good of a coach.
Who was a better coach, Bo Schembechler or Bear Bryant?
I really don't like Bear Bryant, but I like both Schembechler, so I would say both.
All right, come on. All right, have a good weekend, everybody. Seriously.
We're at this point. Just let it play out, guys. I mean, that's a second crazy call. I mean, look, you can have Jim, you think Michigan's going to win.
Yeah.
You have countered us with very many football reasons and even intangibles. But the one you won't give
I won't counter. I mean, Saban is Saban.
Yes.
And Milroe is a problem. Like, I don't want to minimize Milroe. The Milroe that I watched against Texas early in the year was a one-read, panicky quarterback. He got benched, he took the job back, and he's been way more dynamic. There are certain things you just have to concede in this matchup. I just think top to bottom, Michigan's got more of the little things that add up to a victory, but I'm not going to sit here and make stuff up. We had a guy call in earlier and go, well, Jim Harbaugh has a winning record against Alabama. No, he doesn't. Yeah. Michigan doesn't have a winning record against Alabama either. I mean, it's just made-up nonsense from people.
Would Jim Harbaugh have pulled Jalen Hurts at halftime of the national championship game a few years ago?
No. He should have put in JJ very soon in that Georgia game. It still wouldn't have mattered.
Right. Earlier, yes.
All right, so,
yeah, but is Alabama the leaders and the best? Did you think about that, guys? Did you think about that?
Now, look, in his fairness, Saban has complained a little bit that Alabama's NIL and stuff isn't up to snuff as some of the other teams.
I agree with the fact that talent is more spread out today for a variety of reasons, the portal and NIL.
Yes.
But that doesn't take away the fact that Nick Saban has won so many national titles that it's not an accident.
No.
And I do think we're moving towards more balance.
Yes.
I just don't think we're quite there yet. If it was Michigan's team last year, I think they would win. I don't think this year's team can, because I don't think they're as talented. I don't know how people can deny Saban in this situation. He's lost one time in the CFP semifinal, and it was the very first time that there was one.
Yeah, 2014.
So he adjusted. He is as rock solid in this situation as Tom Izzo is on Sundays in the NCAA tournament. If Izzo can win the first game of a weekend, he is money the second game almost all the time. There's got to be something there. We're talking about two legends here.
Right.
I mean, I just that you cannot say that Jim Harbaugh is a better coach than Nick Saban.
No, you can't.
You can say it, I guess.
I guess you can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Gator, the Michigan machine was fired up earlier today. We've gotten some of those calls.
No kidding.
You seem shocked.
What?
Stunned.
We only got really two.
Yeah. Well,
Look, they've got an outstanding team.
Yeah.
They're the number one seed for a reason, and they've only been challenged twice all season long. Strangely, once by Maryland, but Maryland seems to challenge them the last couple of years. But and the other one was Ohio State. Beyond that, they've had no challenges all the way. Now, much of that's due to the schedule as opposed to anything else. I mean, it's not like the Big Ten was loaded this year, but they beat the top three teams outside of themselves in the Big Ten. So you have to give them their credit.
Absolutely. What do you got planned today, Gator?
Well, certainly we're going to talk a lot about Michigan, Alabama. I'll sound off on it because I haven't talked about it yet all week long.
Okay.
So we'll get to that. Doug is going to join us on the phone at 10:30.
Oh, good.
So we'll get to hear his perspective, what's going on as he's getting ready to head out to Pasadena for this one. Certainly the Lions got some news yesterday that some players were hoping to come back, aren't just ready to come back, but it sounds like that they will real soon, which
That's good.
is great news.
And Decker's
Decker's
yesterday.
yeah,
so
Decker's
that was
good to go. So tomorrow night's game looks really interesting, and I think we'll start. I thought we were going to be done. I thought I was done with it.
I know.
I thought I had buried any kind of topic or discussion involving the Pistons, but last night's game, man, I mean, it
was entertaining.
It was entertaining, and there's reason to talk about it, and maybe this is the last time we talk about the Pistons for a long time, but they have a chance to end the streak tomorrow night against Toronto. And look, if they play like they did last night, they can. But I think we'll start off with the Pistons.
All right. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Happy New Year, all that great stuff. And those of you who will be at Little Cedars Arena tonight, stop by, say hello, all that great stuff. Karsch and Anderson coming up next. Jim, I will see you on Tuesday, correct?
let's do it. Yeah.
That's right. After hopefully a Michigan win, hopefully a Lion win heading into the final game of the season, but who the hell knows? All I know is if there's two losses, Tuesday's going to be brutal. 97-1 the ticket.
Well, good morning and happy Friday to everybody. This is going to be a fun weekend, last weekend of the year. Got New Year's Eve coming up on Sunday, and then Monday, New Year's Day, we got the Michigan game, Michigan and Alabama from the Rose Bowl. I mean, I don't know if it gets any better than that for college football. I mean, you talk about blue bloods and programs that have been around forever. Certainly one team has had a lot more recent success than the other, but nonetheless, Michigan has really turned themselves into a very good football program again over the last several years. Their third straight appearance in the college football playoff. I'm excited for the game. I love the matchup. Michigan, Alabama at the Rose Bowl. I mean, draw up a better matchup than that. I mean, what would it be? Notre Dame and Alabama at the Rose Bowl? Best venue in college football, best setting in college football. It should be outstanding. And then you get another game with Washington and Texas. That one should be interesting as well. The Lions play tomorrow night in Dallas at Jerry World. That should be interesting to watch. And looks like no C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They're going to keep him on IR for another week. James Houston did return to practice yesterday, but he will not return to game time just yet. We'll see if he returns next week against Minnesota. But the good news is it looks like he could be ready to go certainly for the playoffs. And that is great news. And also Taylor Decker being ready to go and ready to practice. So injury report looks pretty good. Cam Sutton was questionable on the injury report, but that really just means he's probable. That questionable is the new probable. Don't really worry about that. Doubtful, that's different. Then I don't expect guys to play. So that's what's happening there. That's the landscape of football, which is a lot of fun. But we've got college basketball this weekend. You got the Red Wings playing twice, including their annual New Year's Eve game. Although this year it's at 5 o'clock, which is kind of cool because, hey, plenty of time afterwards to have your plans fulfilled. Do whatever you want to do. You want to go out to dinner after the game, you can do so. And trip the night fantastic, as they used to say. But we're going to start with the Pistons. And I didn't think this was going to be a place that I was going to start. After they lost the other night and set the record and owned the record themselves after they lost their 27th game, we talked about it the following day because there was reason to talk about it. They looked just devastated that they own the record themselves, and they do. And they had a chance to play last night against Boston. I don't think anybody gave them a chance to win that game. And why would you? I mean, they're taking on the Celtics, right? This is a game where Boston was favored by 17.5 points going into it, even though they played without a couple of their key players. But it's okay. Boston's still loaded, and the Pistons don't have a loaded roster, so they're not supposed to win. And like I said, 17.5 point difference there at for the odds before the game. And the Pistons came out, and they came out on fire. They challenged Boston. They ran against Boston. They shot the ball well. They shared the basketball. They didn't turn the ball over too much. And then in the second quarter, they exploded on the Celtics. And they built up a 19-point halftime lead. At one point, they led by 21 points. But we all know this is basketball. And what happens in basketball? Oh, it's a game of runs. It's a game of streaks. And even though you may be down by 21, unless it's in the fourth quarter, you're never out of it. And Boston came out in the third quarter and dominated and made up that whole 19-point difference in the next 12 minutes. In fact, then they took the lead, and then they lost the lead, and they went back and forth for the rest of the game. They went to overtime in this one. And you just kind of knew that if this was going to go to overtime, the Pistons weren't going to have it. At some point, the Celtics were going to wake up and end up winning the game, which is what they did. But I do applaud the effort from the Pistons. They played their asses off last night against a superior team. They did themselves proud. There's no reason to hang their heads from this game. And at this point, forget hanging your head about having a 28-game losing streak. All right, you got to play the next game. And you got to end this streak. And I think that they're going to end it tomorrow night, frankly. If they come out with an effort like they did last night, they should end the streak. But it doesn't mean there aren't things still to be scratching your head about. And I think the guys in the morning show touched on it earlier. I'm going to touch on it now. Love to hear your thoughts as well. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us or to call us if you like. And Cade Cunningham, I'm watching the first half of the game on TV, and Johnny Kane's doing the play-by-play, and he's getting all excited about it. And I like when people get excited about the games because, hey, let's create something here, right? And Cunningham's on fire. Ends up with, 22 points in the first half. That's great. Coming off his 41-point performance the other night where he had 37 in the second half. That's awesome. But then where was he in the second half? Kind of disappears. Ends up with 31 points in the game and scored the last 5 points for the Pistons, but at that point, there were 15 seconds left. They were down by 7. It was kind of done, right? He knocks down a 3-point shot. They get the ball back, and, he's able to get a couple more points. But he was kind of non-existent in the second half and into overtime. And I kept waiting for him to take over. This is his team. Take over. Like we saw you do in the second half of the game the other night. But he didn't. And I'm wondering why that is. Now, who knows what's going on behind the scenes, if he was injured or what, or you just want to give credit to Drew Holiday for playing fantastically defensively against Cade Cunningham. Maybe that was the case. But he was a different guy in the second half. And in overtime, I think he was 1 for 7 in the second half in overtime. Well, at least in the second half. I guess in overtime he did knock down a couple shots. So that was unfortunate. I thought he was going to take over and he didn't. And then you have the hockey changes that Monty Williams is employing with the team. When you want to get the starters out, he takes them all out and brings in all new 5 guys or 4 guys. I don't understand that at all. And this is the second game in a row where you can look at a box score and a box score will tell you the whole story. Starters were +9, +4, +8. And then Duran and Bogdanovich were each -6. The bench, Livers was -13. Asar Thompson was only -1. Wiseman was even. And Killian Hayes was -10 in 10 minutes. And Alec Burks was -15 in 30 minutes. It's simple. 18 turnovers. That's simple. Can't turn the ball over that much and expect to win. But they did have aspects of the game that you like to see. They rebounded and out-rebounded the Celtics 57-43. The offensive rebounding was great, 19-11. They, made 47.5% of their shots from the field. That was good. 12 of 19 from the free throw line, not as good. And that's going to be a killer when you look at it afterwards and you see that you didn't knock down the free throws at a higher rate. That hurts because that's what kept Boston going. Boston was 21 out of 25 in the game from the charity stripe. But hey, another opportunity tomorrow night. I like how they are playing. The last couple games certainly showing some signs of life, but there are some head-scratching things about the Pistons for sure. If you'd like to comment on it, please do. 248-539-9797. I didn't think I was going to bring up the Pistons today because I expected them just to get washed out last night, and they didn't get washed out. They showed real heart and real grit and determination. Didn't come away with a win. That's unfortunate, and the streak continues, and Boston's home winning streak continues. Now they're at, 22 games that they've won in a row at home. Starting off this season, I think now they're 15-0 at home. It's the NBA's best team, so you expected them to win. But the Pistons really made it a game, man. That first half was about as well as they can play. And if they can harness that, keep looking at that, study what was going right for them, what goes wrong, and move on, and maybe they'll start to put together some wins. But it's tough nonetheless. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're going to get into the Wolverines and the Crimson Tide. And how chesty are you about this game? Yes, chesty. That's the term we like to use on the show. You're sticking your chest out. You feel pretty confident that the Wolverines beat Alabama. I would like to take some of your predictions on the game as well, so we can go over those on Tuesday's show. So when you call in to talk about Michigan, Alabama, have a prediction ready as well. Same thing if you're texting. We're going to try to tally those and have a total going at the end of the show. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're going to be joined by Doug at 10:30. He'll join us on the phone. He's getting ready to head out to Pasadena for the Michigan-Alabama game. Also, want to let people know we certainly are going to get our Lions discussion. Big game tomorrow night, Lions at Dallas. That's going to be a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun this weekend, man. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had this kind of interest in the Lions, and it coinciding, you got with Michigan going on, and all the big college football games this weekend. It's New Year's Eve on Sunday. That's kind of fun, but let's dive into it. Let's talk about this. Michigan and Alabama in the Rose Bowl. I'm not sure it gets any better than that. All right. Everybody knows I'm not a Michigan fan at all, but I can respect what their program has been in the landscape of college football over the history of college football. And what they've done with the program over the last few years, record-wise, is impressive. Now, maybe they're going to have to vacate some of those wins a few months from now because of the cheating scandal, but as it is right now, you watch the team play, and they were impressive. And this year, Michigan did not struggle with their schedule. Now, the schedule wasn't terribly difficult, but you beat who's on your schedule. And it's not their fault that the Big Ten didn't provide anybody from the Big Ten West to be any kind of a challenge. And if you looked at teams that were, Iowa is legitimately the fourth best team in the Big Ten. Well, they beat Iowa. They beat Penn State. And they beat Ohio State. Those are teams 2, 3, and 4, right? So they took care of those teams. And here they are getting ready to play in the college football playoff, an opportunity to advance to the national championship and have a chance to own the national championship all by themselves. The 97 team was fantastic, right? Undefeated team, went to the Rose Bowl, beat Washington State, got it done. But they had to share the championship with Nebraska because this was, back in the day, pre-BCS and obviously pre-college football playoff. So you didn't get the one champion. You could have two, and there were two. They want their own. And I'm sure those guys in that room feel like they deserve their own. And here's the opportunity. But it's not going to be easy. You got to beat Alabama first. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I got my pen ready right here. Actually, I'll probably also type them in because my handwriting sucks. Getting ready for predictions on this game. Where do you folks stand on this? Are you chesty about this? Do you think this is a game Michigan easily wins? Is it going to be a struggle? How will they handle Jalen Milroe and that offense? How will Alabama's defense handle Michigan's offense? These are two teams that, playing their best football at the end of the season here. With Michigan, it looks that way because, they didn't play really the tough games in their schedule until the end of the season when you played Penn State, Ohio State, and then Iowa in the Big Ten championship game. For Alabama, you look at what they went through this year and how they kind of stumbled a little bit out of the gate. They lost early to Texas. That was embarrassing for them. They then benched their quarterback, brought in a couple other quarterbacks. Those guys sucked. They only beat South Florida 17-3. They went back to Milroe and steadily got better and better and better and better. And now Alabama is, no pun intended, they're rolling. They are absolutely rolling. It's a very good football team they have. And, knocking off Georgia in the SEC championship game, I think opened up the eyes of a lot of people watching college football. People didn't expect that. And Alabama just went out and did it. And they've got the best coach in college football, probably college football history, and Nick Saban getting it together. And they just handled their business. But this is not one of these national championship Alabama teams we've seen in the past that just steamrolls over everybody. It's not at all. It's a team that has struggled to find who they are and have had some close calls, some close shaves, if you will. I mentioned the South Florida game where they won 17-3, and it's South Florida and Alabama. It shouldn't be a struggle, and it was. They went with different quarterbacks. They kept Milroe out. And that followed the loss at home against Texas. So they were shocked the second game of the season. But then they get their mojo back a little bit. Knocked off Ole Miss 24-10. Keep growing, but struggle a little bit at Texas A&M. Win by 6. Struggled at home against Arkansas. Win at 24-21. Get into a bit of a shootout with LSU, but they handle that one 42-28. And then you get the end of the season, the Iron Bowl at Auburn, and it takes a miracle play on 4th and 31 for Alabama to win that game. And how interesting things would have been had Alabama not converted that 4th and 31 for a touchdown in the closing seconds. Had they not, and Auburn had held on, Alabama still would have played in the SEC championship game. And let's say they knock off Georgia like they did, 27-24. It would have been an interesting decision about the committee of what they were going to do. It was interesting anyway because of the Florida State situation and having the upset of Alabama over Georgia. They wanted to get an SEC team in there, and they took the SEC champion. But would they have taken a 2-loss Alabama team? I don't know. Would have been interesting. Nonetheless, they got in. And they got in because there's just magic with Alabama sometimes. And the team that beat Georgia, I mean, that they just manned up. They manned up and they took care of the Bulldogs. I think Georgia's very talented. I think they'll be right back in it next year. They've got a younger team that was going this year, and we'll see. But Alabama with Milroe at quarterback, he's really, really matured as the season has gone on. He's just gotten better and better. He's taking care of the football. He's able to show that he can make plays with his feet, certainly. He's had a couple of 100-yard rushing games during the season. And he's only thrown, I think, 6 interceptions on the year. He's been very good. But so has Michigan. And you look what Michigan has done this year. And Blake Corum, with all the touchdowns that he's got, may not be impressed with his yards per carry. And he's only had, I think, 2 100-yard rushing games himself. But if you get towards the end zone, inside the 5-yard line, he's going to score. That's what he does. That offensive line is legit. Probably have 5 guys drafted from the offensive line. They can find the end zone. They know how to score when they get close. But there are questions about Michigan. There's questions about their offense and their ability to throw the ball down the field. Are these receivers going to be good enough? Because Alabama's got pretty good defensive backs. They always do, but this year they've got some good defensive backs. You know, when I talk about building teams in the NFL, I always talk about building them in the trenches, offensive, defensive lines. Well, you look in college football, it's the same thing. And this is going to be really interesting to see because I think Michigan's offensive line is better than what Alabama has on their defensive line. And I think Michigan's defensive line is better than what Alabama has as an offensive line, even though Alabama's got a pretty good offensive line. But Michigan just seems to get that push. There are a couple statistical anomalies, as we like to see say on the show. And one of them is that Alabama's quarterbacks have been sacked 43 times this year in 13 games. But they got better at the end of the season. Milroe was sacked only 8 times in the final 5 games, and 4 of those came in the SEC championship game. So they're protecting their quarterback. And if they can protect their quarterback, give them time to throw, Alabama's got talent all over the place, and those guys will find a way. But Michigan's defense might be the toughest defense Alabama's faced all year, and that includes Georgia and includes Texas. And I'll say it. I think they are the best defense that they'll face this year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about the Alabama-Michigan game on Monday, 5 o'clock from the Rose Bowl. Again, I'm jacked for it because this is just the ultimate showdown with these two programs playing in that venue with these stakes at hand. The only thing that would make it better is if this was for the national championship. It's a semifinal game. It's pretty damn close. But if this was for the national championship, that'd be unbelievable playing for it at the Rose Bowl. Get your predictions as well, 248-539-9797. We will talk with Doug Karsch when we come back, get his thoughts. He's going to be out there calling the game, obviously. See what he has to say about the Michigan-Alabama matchup in the Rose Bowl, ringing in the new year 2024. Well, I've been talking about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon for a while now. It's awesome. It's made in Holland. It's part of the Coppercraft family. You know that it's quality. When I say Holland, I mean Holland, Michigan, the west side of the state. These people know what they're doing. It is awesome stuff. And it's a versatile spirit. You can have it any way you want. You want to, celebrate with your friends, do some shots, go ahead. Ring in the new year that way. You want to just show up at a party, bring the bottle. That's a better idea. People are going to thank you. They're going to have a big smile on their face. Oh, this is the stuff Gator's been talking about. I think it's pretty good. What do you think? And then you try it. You're like, yeah, that's actually really good. Really good stuff. I think I'll make this just have it on the rocks, or I'll have it straight. Or you know what? Mix it up with cola or ginger ale. However you want to do it, no problem. Because one of the great things about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is it's only $30 a bottle. So it's not going to bust your budget. No one's going to look at you side-eye. And turn into a bourbon snob. It's great. The taste is outstanding. It's got hints of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. Absolutely. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. This way, you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. They got a bunch of flavored whiskeys as well. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Kang is out. Doug is sort of out. And then we bring it back in. How?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I've had a back issue for the last few days, but other than that, I'll be all right.
All right.
This is exciting times, right? We got I've been talking about this game. The highest magnitude here. I think the only thing that makes this game better is if it were actually for the national championship with Alabama and Michigan, these two football programs playing in the Rose Bowl. I mean, it's a semifinal game. I guess we'll have to live with it. But is this getting a special feel with you as well with these two programs?
Well, you know what it's like going out there. You've done it. For kids that grew up in the Midwest, it's like a football religious experience to go to Pasadena and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a career thrill to be in a booth there, and I'll have that view of the Arroyo Seco and the sunset and all that comes with, and all the tradition and history. And yeah, I really can't believe that I get to do this, but it's certainly got all the backdrop of kind of the perfect college football scenario. And two storied programs, two great teams. Scott, it's maybe once in a lifetime, and who knows what importance the Rose Bowl will have. I always felt like if college football ever wanted to go the direction that college baseball did, where you just have one site always hosting the championship game, it should be the Rose Bowl.
Well, hard to argue with that. I mean, having been there, it's just a spectacular setting. The way that they do it, the time of the day that they have it, the sun setting in the background with the mountains and everything else, and the proximity to for people that want to partake in the pregame with the golf course right there. It's also fantastic. And then when I didn't do the Tournament of Roses parade. Not into that part of it, but if you're into the pageantry, that's a big part of it too. And as you say, if you're soaking it all in, are you gonna watch a Rose Bowl parade too?
Probably not. It's another one of my traditions is to not watch or go to the Rose Parade. It's a long day, so and for that, I mean, you got to be there so early in the morning that I think I'll pass once again. But to each their own, right? And if that floats your boat, if you will, then sure, watch or go to the Rose Parade. But I never have, and quite frankly, probably never will.
Well, some of the controversy came out again yesterday when it was the Alabama. The reports were that the Alabama players have been told, "Don't look at the tablets. We're not going to be sending you guys home with any kind of film. Any kind of film study is going to be done as a group because of the cheating scandal." Do you think this is just brought up because let's try to shake up Michigan mentally before the end, or is this like legitimate stuff?
I think it's just part of gamesmanship. And look, at this point, everybody's going to take all the precautions that they deem necessary, and so be it. I don't really think it has any impact on the Michigan team. I don't think it has any impact really on the game. I think it's just there's a lot of noise. There's always a lot of noise. But what really matters is the two teams that are going to show up on the field. And I don't think it really has any impact on the game now.
Well, I think what's interesting here is you've got two coaches that go about things maybe with different approaches here. I mean, Nick Saban's been a master of getting his teams ready for big games like this. And yet Jim Harbaugh is, it seems like this is all on the line for him. Part of his legacy is attached here. He's got another chance to go for a national championship. Whether or not he's going to stay at Michigan, or there's reports he's got a contract waiting for him on his desk. Does he want to do that? Does he want to go to the NFL? But he's more than anybody else. Jim Harbaugh has the uncanny ability to tune out all the outside noise and just be, have the tunnel vision and laser focused on the task at hand. I think these two coaches are perfectly suited to do battle.
He keeps bringing up the term one-track mind, that whenever there's anything that's asked about anything that doesn't have to do with this game, he says, we got a one-track mind. And that's whether or not JJ is going to go to the NFL, or whether or not he's going to go to the NFL, whether or not, the story you mentioned with tablets, he doesn't ever waver from that one-track mind message. And so, the funny thing was he met with the media at Disneyland, and I watched that news conference today, actually, and I've never seen him more relaxed than he was for that news conference a couple days ago. And again, I'm not sure that really means anything, but he was like playful with the media and telling stories. And, it was at Disneyland. He said, boy, they nailed it with that slogan, the most wonderful place in the world.
Right.
And he said, but for me, the most wonderful place in the world is a winning locker room. So it was kind of classic vintage Jim. Block things out. So was the team. And something's going to go wrong, all right, on New Year's Day. Something's going to go wrong in this Bama game. And for Michigan, if you look at things that went wrong this year, they didn't know if they were going to have their head coach until about a half hour before the Penn State game. They went out and played and won the game anyway. They lose Zach Zinter to a gruesome leg injury in the second half against Ohio State, and they never punt after that. Like, there was just, the ability to make that adjustment on the fly when necessary, because something will go wrong, and you have to be able to adapt in the moment. And there are some tough matchups that are going to make it very tough on Michigan in this game.
Well, let's talk about that, because down the stretch you had both Michigan and Alabama got a scare at the end of the season. For Michigan, it was Maryland. Alabama, it was Auburn. Both teams had to beat undefeated teams to get to where they're at. Alabama obviously beats Georgia in the SEC championship game. Michigan takes down Ohio State at home. But when you match these two teams up, I think everything starts up front. It's the offensive lines versus the defensive lines. How do you see this matchup playing out?
Well, I think you're right. If you look at Bama, I would say that the area that Michigan might be able to exploit is the center of their offensive line. 56, McLaughlin, the center. They've had some quarterback exchange problems, and I think if there is a perceived weakness, that's where it would be. And probably the strength of Michigan's defensive line is the defensive tackle position with Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and the depth there, Cam Good, Rashawn Benny, Chris Jenkins. They got guys that come at you in waves, and I think that might be the area where Michigan has an advantage. On the other side, though, you think about Michigan's matchup against Chop Robinson and Penn State, and it was clear that they were going to struggle with him all day. And at one point, they just kind of abandoned the passing game and they were able to run it. Well, Alabama's got Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell, who will be, day one and day two edge rusher draftees. And Dallas Turner is the best that Michigan will have faced and probably will go ahead of Chop Robinson in the draft. So that tells you how talented he is. So that could be a matchup nightmare for Michigan. And then there's Bama's secondary. You have two All-American corners. You got a true freshman All-American safety. So that, that's going to be the best secondary that JJ has faced all year on a game day. So Alabama obviously creates matchup problems. But I also kind of deep down, and I've asked some people about this, I'm trying to really, I think it might be Nick Saban's best coaching job, given their shortcomings offensively, comparatively speaking to other Alabama teams. Yeah. There's no Jerry Jeudy. There's no Jalen Waddle. There's no Najee Harris in the backfield. And so it might be Saban's best coaching job. So certainly a fascinating matchup. But you're right about the matchup up front.
Yeah, and I think Michigan has the advantage in both ways. I think their offensive line is going to be better than Alabama's defensive line, though there are challenges as you laid out there. I think Michigan has the edge. But Michigan's had some issues with running the football, which is kind of concerning. Defensively, I like Michigan's chances getting past the Alabama line and getting to the quarterback. Alabama's given up 43 sacks in 13 games, though only 8 times in the last 5 games, and 4 of those came against Georgia in the SEC championship. They've done a much better job of protecting Milroe, but nonetheless, they were giving up sacks in bunches for the first 2/3 of the season before shoring things up. But that could be an area where Michigan can exploit things.
The Bama people believe that the most improved position group on the team is the O-line. As that season went on, I would argue it was the quarterback. They seem to have maybe simplified the game plan a little bit and just let Jalen Milroe play the game. He is so big and so strong and so fast. Watching him run and watching film, he reminds me a lot of Terrell Pryor, where you're like, boy, if this guy ever runs hard, but then you realize he's running away from people. Right. He's just got that smooth running style, and he's so big that he doesn't look fast until you notice that, no, he is running away from people. And when you get to him, some of the Michigan defensive players said you have to tackle him like a running back. It's not, you have to prepare for contact. He is going to create contact, and you have to change the way you tackle the quarterback because he is so big and strong. So Milroe is the wild card in this game. He's the kind of guy that if he goes out and has a great game, Bama's very tough to beat.
Give me an X factor for Michigan. Why? What's the reason Michigan wins this game? Who's the X factor?
JJ in the run game, being healthy and healthier as they go into this game. He got banged up in the Penn State game, and it kind of carried over for the weeks after that. But I think that they're going to want to involve him with having him keep the football in the zone read. I would say they would probably try and target 5 to 10 runs for JJ in this game. I haven't really had a chance to sit down with Sharon Moore. I'll do that in the next couple of days to find out truly if that is a big part of the game plan. But it seems to be that X factor that is, I don't even want to use the term underutilized. I just think they didn't want to use it at times this year. And then when they did want to use it in big games, JJ got hurt. So it's something to look out for in this game.
All in all, when the dust settles, who's gonna be the team that advances?
I think it's Michigan. We're pretty close to the game, and I got to zero in on a pick, but I think it's a flip of the coin kind of game. But there's one of these deals, Scott, where you sit down and you look at the matchups and you go, okay, is there something that the other team can exploit? And I think there's things that both teams can exploit. But the simplest, less hot take on this game, I mean, it can't be a colder take, but it's who plays well on that day. And I think either team can do it because, you just have days where you play your game. And it's boring, but I think it's true. It's just who goes out and really plays their game on that day, can find themselves, in a comfortable environment, can get in a rhythm. I think both teams are going to want to try and do that with their quarterbacks because they both present such problems in terms of their physical skill set. So boring, but true. Whoever plays better on that day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and I think defense is going to prevail, and I think Michigan's going to make one more big defensive play than Alabama does, and they're going to keep it close towards the end. Lastly, over-under on number of pounds of kale and avocados you have.
I'm not really a star at the Lowry's Beef Bowl, so I'm not. They won't expect much from me. Actually, I'm going to miss the event, so it doesn't matter. But I can put away some kale and avocado if asked.
Yeah, I thought maybe you would go to the Lowry's Beef Bowl, but just kind of stand in the stables next to the steers that they're going to slaughter and eat their food instead. That's not part of it?
That would be on brand, sure. But no, I'm not going.
All right, Doug, good luck. Have a great call of the game. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Scott.
Same to you. Thank you very much. Doug Karsch, voice of Michigan football. You'll hear him on the call on New Year's Day, Monday, Michigan and Alabama. Well, we'll take your calls next. 248-539-9797. Want to get some predictions on the game. Get them flowing. Get on the record. What do you think's going to happen? I'll offer up what I think the final score is going to be as well. And we advance here, taking a look at the Michigan-Alabama matchup in the Rose Bowl in the college football playoff semifinal right here at 97.1 The Ticket. Well, Michigan's in the midst of an amazing season so far, and they find themselves in the college football semifinal game. What a setting. The Rose Bowl in Pasadena taking on Alabama, champions of the SEC. I love the SEC Big Ten matchups. We got a bunch of them coming up here in the bowl season as the bowl season concludes over the weekend and on Monday. And I'm here for it all. I think it's awesome to see these two conferences go at it. Although, unfortunately, this isn't the best showing of Big Ten teams that we've seen. Now, Michigan's very good. I think Ohio State is very good, but with players entering the portal, if you don't make the college football playoff, nobody cares anymore, right? Everybody takes off. They're going to declare for the draft or just enter the portal to get out of Dodge, go somewhere else because the grass is always greener when it's lined with money, particularly. It's just the way that it is, which is unfortunate. Next year, that changes when you have 12 teams in the college football playoff. I think it's actually going to be for the better of college football. I'm hoping it is going to be for the better because you're going to have that many more teams and players interested in finishing their college careers as opposed to, well, I'm done. I'm going to skip my final game. I'm going to skip the bowl game. It doesn't matter because we're not playing for a national championship. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. Talking about the Michigan-Alabama matchup. I want to know how chesty you are. How confident are you that Michigan wins? Or if you're a Bama fan, how chesty are you that Bama's going to take care of Michigan? It goes both ways. I think there's one other advantage that Michigan has. There are advantages Michigan has in this game for sure, but I think there's one that does stand out to me is the fact that they are playing in the Rose Bowl. I don't know when the last time Nick Saban played in that stadium. I don't know when the last time was Alabama played in that stadium. But for Michigan and for Jim Harbaugh in particular, that place is sacred. That place is special. You know, it means something. You know, we talked to Doug Karsch about it. It means something to the people of the Midwest when you say the Rose Bowl. Obviously, it meant you were playing for the Big Ten champion taking on the Pac-12 champion. It had the huge implications on the national championship landscape. For years it did. And unfortunately, you know, once you get into the BCS era and the college football playoff era, it's changed because it's no longer about representing the Big Ten. It's become another bowl game. But this year, it's a semifinal game for a championship. And you've got a Big Ten champion coming into play there. I think that's an advantage. And I think the advantage comes because Jim Harbaugh can relate to the kids how important it is to be representing the school, representing the Big Ten, and taking on a big-time SEC program in Alabama. I think it's an easy sell job, and it's one that he is quite capable of doing. And everybody else, you know, there'll be people in the media, people like myself, that'll start to throw shade at Michigan because of the cheating scandals that they've had, all the off-field stuff that they've had to go through. But it's going to fall on deaf ears because the coach doesn't listen to it. The coach doesn't care. The coach is only caring about getting his team ready to play, and he's a master at it when it comes to tuning things out. He's also had to cultivate a giant chip on his shoulder. All right? Even though he can tune out the outside noise, don't think that it isn't also part of a motivating factor for him. That people think on the outside that the only reason Michigan was able to win all these games is because they were cheating. Well, you can steer it the other direction and say, well, we're going to show them. Right? You know, we were put on notice halfway through the season before the Michigan State game when the story broke. Since then, everybody knows what was going on. They've had games with Harbaugh. They've had games without Harbaugh, and they won them all. They took on the best the Big Ten had to offer, and they slayed them. And now you've got Alabama that comes in with all their fanfare, and they've got a chip on their shoulder because people weren't sure that they belonged to the college football playoff. They had lost to Texas. They damn near lost to Alabama to Auburn. If it wasn't for a 4th and 31 miracle play, they probably wouldn't be in the college football playoff, regardless if they had beaten Georgia in the SEC championship game. There's a lot there. 248-539-9797. I want to get your predictions. I want to know how chesty you are as a Michigan fan or as an Alabama fan, or how scared you are. You think this is, I don't like this matchup. It's not good at all. Michigan's favored. This isn't a game that's going to shock the world, right? This is an evenly matched up game. Michigan's favored by 1.5 or 2 points, depending where you look. This is as even as it gets. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. And Greg is in Dearborn. Welcome to 97.1 Ticket. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Gator. What's up, man? Hey, I just want to say first, I want to say thanks a lot. Thank you for the whole year. You really provide a lot of great radio content for all of us, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, and so Michigan prediction, I'm not chesty at all, man. I'm like as flat as a possum on the side of the road. You know, the end was his road, man, or the road was his end, and the end was his road, man. So, but I still think they can win. I think it's all going to come down to the JJ run game. I think if they can get him going, and even some maybe a little bit of orgy in the end zone too, back and forth with some runs with both of them, then they can get it going. But I think my biggest worry and matchup worry is Nick Saban and Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh has just not been good in bowl games at all. I don't know if it's too big for him or what it is, if he gets in his own head or something. Hopefully Sharon Moore can fix that. But with Michigan, I do kind of think there's like a weird thing where we all kind of sold our souls to the devil, where we're just like, we want the Ohio State win, and that's all. We're good with that. So, and I guess if that is, albeit if that's their ceiling, that's what it is. But I still think 31-27, and I think we'll see a win on Monday.
All right, I got you down, Greg. Greg from Dearborn, not chesty, flat as a possum, but you still have Michigan winning 31-27.
Yep.
All right, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. I like the analogy. He's not chesty. He's flat as a possum on the side of the road. I got it. But still has Michigan winning this one in a high-scoring effort, 31-27. I believe the over-under in this game is 46. I think it's going to be a lower-scoring game. I think the differential is pretty close, though. I'll reveal what I think the score is going to be coming up in about 15 minutes. But I want to continue to take calls. 248-539-9797. We got some text we want to get to as well. It's the same number to either text or call the show. How chesty do you feel about this game between Michigan and Alabama? What are your feelings about this game in general? You're still upset that Florida State didn't get in? Are you looking forward to the Alabama matchup? What do you see in this game? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. It's a Friday indeed. Looking forward to this weekend. Going to be a fun one. We got the Lions game tomorrow night in Dallas. Got Michigan, Alabama on Monday. Got a full slate of games on Sunday and a full slate of games on Monday. And in college football, this is just going to be a great weekend. Plus, obviously, it's New Year's Eve on Sunday. So getting ready for some plans for New Year's Eve. Hopefully, you got some great plans. Red Wings are playing their annual New Year's Eve game. This year it's against Boston, 5 o'clock at LCA on Sunday. Earlier start than normal. I think that's great. It's a great idea. Get it done early, and people can still go out afterwards and get a nice bite to eat and then enjoy the New Year's Eve. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. We're taking texts and calls on predictions for the Michigan-Alabama matchup on Monday at the Rose Bowl. I can't get it over how great of a setting this game is going to be in Pasadena with these two storied programs. I think they're pretty evenly matched when you look at both of these games. Of course, the spread will tell you that too, as it's somewhere between 1.5 and 2 is where you can get it. Michigan favored in this game. And it's just, you got two really good football coaches, two great programs, and two teams that are, trying to advance and get another national championship. For Michigan, it's been a long time. It's been since 1997, and they had to share that championship in Nebraska, and they're not happy about it. They don't like anybody bringing up that they have to share it with Nebraska. Things have changed now because of the world of BCS and the college football playoff. Now you get one champion. You know exactly who it is. You play in a championship game. But in order to get to that championship game, they've got to go through each other, and it's going to be an epic matchup. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Let's get to the phones. And Mike is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gator. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I first thing I want to say is I love you and Karsch's show. It's best on the station. So,
well, thank you very much.
I listen to you guys all the time. Yeah. So, if you want a prediction, my prediction is, I'm dyed-in-the-wool Michigan fan, and I want Michigan to win, of course. But my prediction is that Alabama will win. And the reason for that is really, if you just look at the talent of the two schools, what type of talent Michigan gets versus the type of talent that Alabama gets. The example of that is, I think, if I did the math correctly, like over the last 4 years of recruiting, Alabama had, I think, 23 5-stars. Michigan had 2. And you look at 4-stars, similar. So they almost double Michigan in 4-stars. And if you look at 3-stars, well, Michigan by far has the most 3-stars. And it's hard to coach up, that gap of talent. But I give Harbaugh a lot of credit in that he has done that to a certain degree when you look at the fact that those same types of recruiting issues or lack of talent exist between himself and Ohio State, and he's beaten Ohio State 3 years in a row.
Well, I think something Michigan's done extraordinarily well over the last couple of years that gets overlooked. People don't like to talk about it, and I don't know why, but Michigan's used the transfer portal very well.
The portal, yes.
They've done an amazing job with the portal.
That. Yeah. They have, and yes. So with the offensive line, I know they just went out and signed another guy from Ohio or from Northwestern for next year. Yeah, so I think it's great. But you took a call earlier, right when you were coming on from Stoney, and there was a guy who was talking about Harbaugh and Saban, and of course you can't touch Saban, from the standpoint of what he's done in a very short time. But I think if you look at the talent difference between what Saban gets, he should be expected to win every year. And you look at the talent that Harbaugh gets, I think he's doing a better job with less talent.
Well, I guess. All right, thanks for the call, Mike. I appreciate it. Look, Michigan gets plenty of talent. I mean, does Alabama get more 5-star players and more 4-star players than Michigan does? Sure. I'd have to do the deep dive into that. Then, of course, you got which service you're going to go with. You're going to go with, Rivals, ESPN, On3. Which one you're going to go with? Look, they both get talent. And the players that matriculate through Michigan that are the difference maker players, those are the uber talented players that end up being 4- and 5-star guys. All right? Does Jim Harbaugh and his staff get the other ones coached up well? Yeah, he's a heck of a coach. No one's going to disagree with that. He's hired great assistants at Michigan, year in and year out. And so is Nick Saban. They're both great coaches. Saban's got the pedigree, though, of winning all the national championships. Now, he had to build the program up to get to the point where he can just churn in and out every year top 3 recruiting classes. That's what they do. But it didn't start that way. He had to earn it. And you saw him do that at the end of his tenure at Michigan State, where he's getting better recruiting classes, and then they saw the fruits of the labor in that 98 season, the 99 season, I'm sorry, where Michigan State won 10 games and beat Florida in the Citrus Bowl. They were poised to do better things from that point. Unfortunately, Nick left, took his talents to LSU, won a national championship there because he's a great coach, and took advantage of the Southern landscape and brought better players in there. Went to the NFL, didn't work out, came back to the college football world, went to Alabama, and built that into a juggernaut. But you have to say built that into a juggernaut. It's not just a juggernaut. He built that program. He gets all the credit in the world, and he deserves the credit. But the caller's point is that the way they have it rolling now, that they're expected, he said they're expected to win national championships. That should be the expectation, is that they're going to compete for national championships at Alabama. That is absolutely the expectation. It's the expectation there at Georgia. It's the expectation at Ohio State. And it's becoming the expectation at Michigan. And it should. This is the 3rd year in a row that Michigan has played in the college football playoff. Now, we'll see what kind of fallout they have from this cheating scandal, what it does in the months to come when the NCAA finally rules on it, how it affects anything, if anything. It may not affect anything. But if Jim Harbaugh leaves, does that change things up? I don't know. Sharon Moore did a hell of a job as coach of the program under really tough circumstances in really tough games. So I give him tons of credit. And, again, it's the guy who hires the staff. It's Jim Harbaugh's part of it. Will he be part of it in the future? We don't know. But it might be more incentive for why he's going to be even more laser focused for this game on Monday, because he wants to play for a national championship. With all the noise going on around him, he's trying to tune it all out and be the guy. And the fact is that if he keeps winning, the NFL is going to keep calling. And there's this report that he's got a monster contract on his desk, 10 years, $125 million, make him the highest paid coach in college football. That has a caveat there that if you sign this contract, it means you can't entertain a pro football job for the year. I don't know if that's a tough caveat or not, but either he wants to go pro or he doesn't. I think he wants to win a national championship for sure. Now, does that make the decision easier or harder? I don't know. Only Jim Harbaugh can answer that, and he likely won't answer that because he doesn't want to talk about that publicly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. How chesty are Michigan fans feeling about this matchup? I want to know. I want to hear from you. As a non-Michigan fan, I still think Michigan wins this game, but I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be close. But I think Michigan's defense is going to make one play more and cost Alabama a chance at playing for a national championship. I think there's something Michigan's going to do, whether it's a quarterback sack, fumble recovery, an interception. There's going to be a big play turned in late by the defense that's going to seal the deal for the Wolverines. That's just how I feel. I think Mikey Sainristil might have an opportunity to where he plays the hero in this one. He's played the hero all season long for that defense. He's just taken advantage of opportunities. He is definitely an opportunist on the defense. Very impressed with what he has done. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Also, want an X Factor from you. Ask Doug what his X Factor was in this game. Who is your X Factor for the Wolverines in this game? I'll offer up mine. I'm curious what you folks have to say. We'll continue talking about the Michigan-Alabama matchup right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, it counted, and he did. And Michigan's where they're at right now, facing off against Alabama Monday at the Rose Bowl in the college football semifinal game. That should be an outstanding matchup between both of those teams. Look, the other matchup we can get into a little bit later on if you like. Washington and Texas, that sets up to be, to me, it's like a good old-fashioned Big 12 shootout game. Except Texas actually plays some defense this year. Washington doesn't play much defense, but boy, can they score. And that's like a Big 12 football. We'll see what happens there. Got some ticket texts coming in. Going to be one of the biggest dog fights of the year. I think Michigan wins with a long fourth quarter drive to take the lead. Jason in the car. I'm a 36 double D, Gator. That's how confident I am Michigan winning this game. Big Chesty. Michigan 28, Alabama 17, Jeff in Madison Heights. Michigan's on a Michigan. Look for a 10-point win. Not Chesty, but feeling good. JJ and Blake will light it up. Joe in West Bloomfield. Totally agree, Gator. The optics of this bowl game couldn't be more perfect. The only thing that would make it better is hearing Keith Jackson's voice calling the game. Yep. Absolutely. Gator, I think the college football playoffs are great. What I can't believe is all the other bowl games are so meaningless. I have zero interest in any of them. Can't wait for next year when there's going to be more than 2 games worth watching for a whole month. That's B on class. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having more teams involved in this just because it will make the games more interesting because players are going to stick around. You know, now you're getting ready to watch the USC game against Louisville, right? And I have to do a quick search and who's opted out, who's not playing in this game, and see if there's any interest. And as it turned out, there was plenty of interest because, man, Miller Moss was outstanding at quarterback for USC. Everybody wondering who they're going to get in the transfer portal, which transfer quarterback is going to go there, and yet they just throw this guy out there and he throws 6 touchdown passes and 370 yards in his first start. He was fantastic. A lot of fun. Alabama 24, U of M 15. In fairness, I'm a Michigan State alumni. Okay. Alabama 38, Michigan 31. Not feeling chesty. Maybe a B cup. Brian in New Hudson. No, you're not chesty if you got Alabama winning this one 38-31, although if you're a Bama fan, then perhaps that's where the B Cup reference comes from. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your texts as we continue on later in the show. We're going to take some calls. Let's get back to the phones. AP is on the phone. AP, what's going on?
I am feeling as chesty as I was in the 6th grade, Gator. Don't feel good about it. I'm a little salty that Florida State's not in it still. I understand, but I still think they got robbed. I feel that the tide is going to roll, and I don't feel good about it. I'm going to see Alabama 35, U of M 24.
35-24. You got a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I do. I don't know if I like that, but that's what I'm going with.
What makes you think that Michigan's defense is going to give them 5 touchdowns?
I feel their quarterback and their offensive play calling is spot on. Sorry. I feel bad. I want Michigan to win, but I don't like what I don't. We've been a little inconsistent the last few games, and with our offense, and I think that they're a little more consistent.
Well, Alabama, and thanks for the call, Amy, and have a happy New Year.
You too, Gator.
All right, take care. With Alabama, their offense this year has struggled. So that's one of the reasons I think it's going to be a lower scoring game is because, the high offensive output games Alabama has had have been against bad defenses. They threw up 40 against Mississippi State. They had 42 against LSU. LSU has a terrible defense. They threw up 49 against Kentucky, and then I'm going to mention Chattanooga, the score there. But everybody else, they're scoring in the 20s. Michigan will present the best defense Alabama will have faced. It's on par with Georgia and Texas. And they scored 24 against Texas in a loss. And they scored 27 in a win over Georgia. I think Michigan's defense is better than Georgia's. I don't know really what it is in comparison to Texas. It's kind of a tough comparison. But I'll say that I think Michigan's defense is better than Georgia's. So I think it's going to be lower scoring. In fact, I'll offer up my score right now. I think they keep it close. Michigan wins it 23-20. I think they're going to be playing for the national championship. And when it comes to an X factor, I've got an X factor. I'll hang on to that one for a little bit here. But I want to hear what your X factor is going to be for Michigan in this game. 248-539-9797. Sean is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Gator. I was just thinking about if the Lions go into Dallas and win this game tomorrow night, right?
Yep.
They need to hand Dan Campbell the Coach of the Year right there and then. I truly believe that. I was watching tears in the locker room just a handful of days ago, right? I mean, we got over a hurdle that's 30 years old, and, if he can get this team to actually get excited and hungry and go in and compete to win this game, I think it's an exceptional job. I think it's a very tall task for him, too, by the way, to get that done.
It is, Sean, but I'll offer one name that I think has done perhaps a better job, and that's Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. Cleveland just won, their 11th game of the season last night, and they've done it with Joe Flacco in the last 4 wins.
I agree with that. I think that Stefanski deserves the trophy unless Dan Campbell turns around on a short week, a team that just won the conference for the first time in 30 years, and then takes them on the road and gets them ready to play and beat one of the best teams in the NFL.
Look,
then it stands.
I love it. And I hope that Dan Campbell he'll get plenty of national accolades. Whether or not he gets Coach of the Year, I don't know. But you're right. If they beat Dallas in Dallas, then that just adds to the resume, and it's a pretty good resume at this point.
Yeah, I agree. But it's beating Dallas after the emotional letdown. That's all coaching. If he could get in that meeting room this week and convince these guys to get hungry again in like a short period of time, it's phenomenal.
Let me ask you this: how important do you think this game is tomorrow night against Dallas?
That's my point. I don't know, but if it is important, to the team, are you saying? Like, if it is important to these guys and they do get up for it, that's all on Campbell. He made that happen. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's a tough. And thanks for the call. It's a tough one when I look at it. It's in terms of just how important is the game against the Cowboys, because I feel like they're playing with house money. The order of business for this team, the first order of business was to win the division so they can host a playoff game. Mission accomplished with 2 games left. But they actually have a shot at the number 2 seed if they win out. So I think you put in a real strong effort tomorrow night against the Cowboys. I think you're trying everything to win this game. Or are you? How much are you trying to win this game? I mean, is this one that you kind of call off the dogs towards the end if you're down by a couple scores? Or are you still going at it tooth and nail like this is a playoff game and you have to win to advance? I don't think I'd treat it like that. But Dan Campbell might be. And those players certainly want to play. They play to win. That's why you play the game. You play to win, you play to get paid. Well, they're already getting paid, so let's play to win here. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Luke, who is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Luke.
Hey, how we doing?
All right.
So you were asking about the X factor for the Michigan-Alabama game, and I have to give you a caveat. I am a Michigan State alum, but I do think that Donovan Edwards is going to be the kind of the X factor for Michigan. I look at it as a David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs kind of thing they got going on with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. And as we've seen Jahmyr Gibbs start to take off and the offense has flourished for the Lions, I think that's where Michigan can try to win this game. Is giving the ball and I just giving touches to Donovan Edwards.
So what do you have the score being in this one?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me. So I'm going to have to go probably 27-21 Alabama. Everything in me, I just can't see Michigan winning. I see them keeping it close, like I think everyone else has said, and keeping it a lower scoring game. But I think just the electricity of Alabama's quarterback Milroe is just he can put some pieces together if he gets going and stays consistent.
Well, he can be dynamic with plays that he makes with his feet, and he's become a better passer week in and week out. He's definitely been a player. And I'll say this, Luke, you got my guy for the X Factor. I think it's Donovan Edwards. I think this, and thanks for the call. I think it's the time for him to show up. He's been absent all season long. I mean, the drop-off in production it's a canyonous gap between what he did last year and what he's done this year. He had 382 yards rushing, 249 yards receiving this year. That's like 600 and whatever it is, 91 yards or something like that. It's not 691 yards, but it's don't ask me to do math on the fly. Like 651, whatever the hell it is. That's combined yards from scrimmage. Last year, he had 872 rushing alone, add on 192 with receiving. He was just a different player last year. And that player hasn't changed. He's still there. I don't know why he didn't show up this season to be the complement to Blake Corum. Been a disappointment for Donovan Edwards this year. A monster disappointment. But it's still the guy that ran for 216 yards against Ohio State. Still the guy that ran for 173 yards against Penn State. Ran for 185 yards in the Big Ten championship game against Purdue. And ran for 119 yards in the college football playoff semifinal game against TCU. I think Donovan Edwards is poised to break out because he has done nothing all season long. And he's too talented to just sit on the sidelines and not be a contributor. And running for 3.5 yards a carry versus 7.5 yards a carry last year, it's night and day difference. And it's reflective on Blake Corum as well. Blake Corum's got a ton of touchdowns this year, like 23 of them. But he's averaging 4 yards a carry. And he's only had 2 100-yard games. Now, some of that might be, hey, early in the season, easier schedule. You didn't have to, play him deep into the fourth quarter. But they kind of were. He was getting these late touchdowns in not meaningless games, but the early schedule. So their running game can be better. Their offensive line is too good not to be able to control the line of scrimmage and run the football. And if the strength of Alabama on one of the strengths of their defense is the pass rush, okay, well, that's not the run stop. So Michigan, I think, is going to try to run the ball, and I think that they can run the ball. And I think Donovan Edwards is going to be a big part of that. He's got big-time speed, and if he just runs straight and doesn't, screw around with the east-west running, just run north-south, I think that you could see the Donovan Edwards of old. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And it is. Michigan gearing up for Alabama on Monday. Alabama has not been kind to Michigan the last couple times they've faced each other. I believe in Jerry World, is where these games have taken place. It has not gone in Michigan's favor. I think another one of these X factors that goes Michigan's favor is that it's being played at the Rose Bowl. And the Rose Bowl means something to the University of Michigan. I don't know if it means anything to Alabama. I think for Alabama, they go into looking at this as, hey, it's college football semifinal game. We'll play wherever. We'll take on whoever. It doesn't matter. But for Michigan, I think it does matter. I think there's a mystique to it. I think there's a little bit of romance with it when it comes to the Rose Bowl, University of Michigan. And specifically with a head coach who, played for Michigan and played in a Rose Bowl. I think it means a lot. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. But again, I think the X factor in this game, I think it's Donovan Edwards. I think he's got so much more to give than what we've seen this year. We saw it last year. In the big games, he came up biggest. Penn State, Ohio State, Big Ten championship, college football semifinal, the playoff semifinal last year. In those 4 games, he was outstanding. All this year, it's like he's been dormant, laying in wait. He looks like a different running back, and not in a good way. But he shouldn't forget who he was. And I imagine that this is one of those things that they've been focusing on over the last several weeks as they prepare for this game. Is let's find a way to get Donovan Edwards back to being Donovan Edwards. Because they need him to be that guy. They need that tandem. Blake Corum this year, 1,000 yards rushing, 4.7 per carry. And he has the 24 rushing touchdowns. That's a ton. But everything came at the goal line. And, it's good and bad for Michigan. Good news is when they got down there, they were scoring touchdowns. They weren't settling for field goals. They actually got 7 points out of it. Asked Doug what he thought the X factor was. He thinks it's J.J. McCarthy and what he can do with his feet. Plays that he can make with his feet. Well, against Iowa in the championship game, not much, but he didn't have to. Michigan won that one 26-0. Iowa was not a threat to score in the game at all. From an offensive standpoint, he does a great job of taking care of the football, completing passes at a ridiculous percentage, 74% all season long. That's ridiculous. 19 touchdowns, only 4 picks. But running the ball, it's an area where he can always do a little bit more. And I imagine he's going to get flushed out of the pocket against Alabama, and he's going to have opportunities to take off and go. Will Alabama be able to corral him? Is that SEC speed going to show up, or is he going to show everybody, put everybody on notice that, yeah, this is what I'm about, this is what I'm capable of? And nobody knows what he's going to do, if he's going to come back to Michigan next year or if he's going to turn pro. And maybe that all hinges on what happens in this game in particular. If you get down there and you win this game and play for a national championship, maybe that's all he needs to do. But if you get eliminated by Alabama, bad taste in your mouth, maybe you want to come back. We'll see. 248-539-9797. Ted is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ted.
Hi, Gator.
Hey.
Listen, I know we all know what's at stake for the Lions in these last couple of games, second seed and so forth. But even without that, I think it would be a mistake, and I don't think Dan Campbell would make that mistake, to take his foot off the gas. You keep driving. You don't, even if we had a first seed nailed down to rest people and all that kind of stuff, I don't think Campbell, that he would do that. It's an old expression, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing here is that Dallas is playing for something, right? Dallas still thinks that they've got a shot at winning division, but in order to do that, they've got to win their games. Now, Philadelphia has to lose theirs, but they have to win theirs. So, they're the first game on the schedule. Philly doesn't play until, Sunday. So I think Dallas is going to go full throttle, and you can't afford not to go full throttle. That's when you get hurt. And the last thing you want to do is get hurt going into the playoff season.
Right. Well, it'll make beating Dallas even sweeter to know that they needed to win and didn't.
If they can, you think they're going to beat Dallas?
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh, you say it like it's already going to happen?
I'm 75 years old. I've been watching the Lions for a long time, and this is such a good feeling that, what happens is the feelings switch from my brain to my heart, and I want to see them. I want to see them do it. They're going to do it.
I hope you're right, Ted, and we'll look forward to the game tomorrow night. Thanks for the call, and Happy New Year to you. 248-539-9797. Lions and Cowboys, Saturday Night Football. On the road, it should be a lot of fun. I wonder how many people are having viewing parties. The holidays are great, right? We just got done with Christmas. We got New Year's on Sunday, and then we get a little extra going with the Lions game on Saturday night. It's going to be a long weekend. And then you follow it up with the Michigan game on Monday. It is definitely going to be a long weekend. 248-539-9797. Mac is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mac. Mac. Hello. I'll put Mac back on hold and see if maybe we can reconnect with him. But big matchup, Michigan and Alabama. I'm looking forward to it. I do think that the X factor is going to be Donovan Edwards. Who do you think the X factor is for the University of Michigan? Who's the guy that comes up that needs to be accounted for or might just surprise you altogether with what he's doing? I got some ticket texts coming in. Hey, Gator, do you think there's a chance the Lions play the Browns in the Super Bowl? I suppose there's always a chance. I don't think it's probable, nor would anybody else. But look, here's the thing about Cleveland. They've got an outstanding defense. All levels of that defense, they've got players. And that defensive line up front, look, it starts with Myles Garrett. He's great. He gets after a quarterback. He's a game wrecker. He's a quarterback killer. He's outstanding. Jim Schwartz is a really good defensive mind. Maybe not the greatest head coach in the world, but you know what? As a defensive coordinator, he's done a lot with a bunch of different teams, and now he's just doing it with Cleveland. I don't think Cleveland gets there because I don't think Joe Flacco's the guy. Even Joe Flacco's done a great job at keeping Cleveland afloat at this point. When you get to a playoff schedule taking on playoff teams, I don't see it. I could be wrong. I could be way wrong. Cleveland had their way last night, and they didn't have Amari Cooper. And Amari Cooper was coming off a 265-yard reception game. So they were able to get by without him and threw 34 points up in the first half. That was impressive, albeit it's the Jets you were taking on. But, the Jets have players on defense, and they put 34 on them in the first half. But, no, I don't think that Cleveland and Detroit are going to match up in the Super Bowl. It'd be fun, but I don't think that's the case. Not calling you out, Gator, but you got me thinking. People complain Michigan played the hardest teams end of the season, but when Texas beat Bama, it was early in the season. Seems to be no good time to play anyone. That's right. It's all how you want your narrative to work. But the way I always look at things, if you have a young team, I'm more impressed with what you do at the end of the season with a young team than I am in the beginning of the season. Alabama was trying to find out who they were. Jalen Milroe had just made a couple of starts at that point, and they got beat by Texas. And I think we're all kind of surprised that Bama lost at home. What? And then Nick Saban goes ahead and benches him the next game against South Florida. And then he comes back and starts the rest of the way, and you saw him get better and better and better and better, as he should have. It should be the progression. That's the way I look at it. With Michigan, I don't hold their schedule against them. When it got tough at the end, and it got real tough in a hurry, they dispatched Penn State. They took care of Ohio State. You played this slowed down game against Iowa and skunked them 26-0. Michigan, to me, feels like a team that has yet to reach their offensive talent capabilities. They've got good receivers, not great receivers, but as a core, they're good. They've got a good to great tight end in Loveland. They've got what should be great running backs. They were last year, same running backs. What's going on this year? You've got what should be a great offensive line. Even with one guy out, it doesn't matter. You've got 4 other guys that are going to be NFL draft picks. And the 5th is going to be a draft pick. So I think that they have yet to show their full offensive capability. And they're going to have a chance on Monday against Alabama, and it's not going to be an easy task. But I do think Michigan gets it done. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Big matchup Monday at the Rose Bowl. Love it. Michigan and Alabama. Can't wait to see this game. This is two great college programs going at it. Michigan trying to get to the national championship for the first time since 1997. First opportunity to get to a national championship game in this era of the college football playoff. They've gotten to the playoff the last 2 years, but fell short. And now they've got Alabama in front of them and in their way to get there. Michigan's number 1 seed for a reason, though. It's a real good football team. They played great defense all year long. In the tough games at the end of the season, they showed up. Can't ignore that. You can't discount that at all. This team showed up when it mattered. Held Penn State to 15 points. Held Ohio State to 24 points. Shut out Iowa. Now, albeit Iowa's offense is pathetic, but nonetheless, it was a championship game, and they did what they were supposed to do. Shut them down, and they did. Now they take on an Alabama team with a quarterback that is growing in confidence week by week by week. And how much more confident can you be after you've beaten Georgia in the SEC championship, knocking off the number 1 team in the country? Jalen Milroe is playing with a bunch of confidence. They've got a running back that's playing with a bunch of confidence. They've got a defense that has gotten better and better as the season's gone on. And they've got Nick Saban. There's a lot going for Alabama. I just think Michigan has a little bit of an edge in this game. I think it means more to Michigan to be playing this game, partially because they're playing at the Rose Bowl. It means something to play in the Rose Bowl for kids in the Midwest, for that coach. I think Michigan's defense is on par with the best defenses Alabama's faced this year, which is probably Texas. It might be better than Texas's defense. And I think Michigan can bring about a balanced attack that could wreak some havoc against the Alabama defense. It's not just the team that's going to try to beat you through the air. They can do it either way. And they've got a quarterback that can make plays with his feet. Now, Alabama faced the Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, earlier in the season, and they came out on top 42-28 in that game. They faced off against a quarterback that take off and go. And by no means, let me try to back this up a little bit. I don't want to compare Jaden Daniels to J.J. McCarthy. They're two different quarterbacks for sure. What I'm saying is that Jaden Daniels makes plays with his feet, and J.J. McCarthy is capable of doing it. Not at the level, but he is capable of taking off and going and getting first downs. He's not the guy who's going to take off and go and get 55 yards and a touchdown. He's the guy that's going to take off and go and get 12 yards and a first down. But in the game against LSU, Daniels ran for 163 yards in that game on just 11 carries. He also threw for 219 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and he got picked once. But Jalen Milroe was very good in that game as well. He matched Jaden Daniels. 219 yards, yep, I'll see you, and I'll throw for 219 as well. 163 yards rushing for Jaden Daniels, yep, I'll see you. I'll rush for 155, and I'll do it for 4 touchdowns. Jalen Milroe is a tough quarterback to face, and Michigan's going to find out real quickly, but I think they're up to the task. 248-539-9797. Jay is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Gator. How's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Doing good. So for this game, Michigan and Alabama, I kind of see being 27-24, Michigan kind of edge it out. I think one thing that a lot of people kind of underestimate is that guy, Alex Orji. I think that Jim Harbaugh plans to utilize him in this game a little bit more than what we've seen throughout the whole season, right? I can see him lining up out wide, a little reverse to him, and, you know, maybe a bomb down the field to Roman Wilson, something like that. I think they're going to keep their playbook open for this game. I don't think that you're going to see just a traditional style of Michigan football, even though that's going to be a big part of it as well. I think that they're going to utilize the RPO. I think they're going to use both J.J. McCarthy and Alex Orji for this game. So I can see them keeping Alabama on their heels and, you know, waiting for the counter punch, but they just won't be able to capitalize on it, right?
I like where your head's at. I do think Michigan's going to employ some sort of trick play in this one. I know Tom from the morning show feels the same way. I agree. Definitely. I think they will, and Orji's a perfect guy to execute that, being a quarterback, and he's got all the skill to run the ball.
Exactly, and I think And I think we've seen that in Ohio State game. You've seen it Penn State, Maryland as well. So I think that's going to be a big thing. Also, for Milroe, I think Milroe is a heck of a quarterback. I mean, nobody can deny that. But if you can keep him in the pocket, if you don't give him any lanes to run through, I think you can slow down that Alabama's offense because you're not facing Jamison Williams or Henry Ruggs, Devontae Smith, etc. You're out here facing good receivers, but they aren't first-round elite receivers that we're used to seeing at Alabama. So I think that if Michigan gets pressure on Milroe, I think if they can contain him and keep him inside the pocket, I do think Michigan is able to win this game. But ultimately, I think it's going to fall on the offense to control the ball, keep Alabama on their heels, and make big plays.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I think Michigan wins this one 23 to 20. I've got your score down 27-24. I think it's a tighter game, and one of those reasons is that Alabama is not an explosive offensive football team. They're not, for the reasons he gave. They don't have those wide receivers that are name brand receivers. Not yet. Now, maybe they'll make their mark on Monday, but this isn't the crew that we've seen Alabama roll out year in and year out. Add to that, though I like Jalen Milroe a lot, I think he'll be better next year, a lot better next year. He hasn't had that explosive game where he's, thrown for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. He hasn't had that. He's had a couple of 3-touchdown games, and he's only had one 300-yard game. So it's not like they're getting that wild production that you got out of Bryce Young or that you got from Mac Jones or that you got from Jalen Hurts or Tua Tagovailoa. He might be that guy next year, but this year he hasn't been that guy. But here's something else that goes in Nick Saban's favor. As much as credit that I give Jim Harbaugh for being a heck of a coach, you got to give the same credit to Nick Saban. And Nick Saban having this much time to prepare, that's a scary prospect for Michigan. And I think this is one of those reasons why Michigan, as a team, when it was revealed that it was Alabama that they're playing and not Florida State, they were less than enthused when that video came out. Because they know. You're facing a brand in Alabama. Now, you can break it down, and we're trying to break it down and see what it really is. What does it mean when you're facing Alabama? This is not the Alabama teams we've seen in the past. I think what you're seeing with Alabama, the way they're playing right now, is they're definitely on the rise, but they're not to the level that we've seen these Alabama teams in the past play. Not yet. They might be next year, but I don't see it this year. Not yet. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's get another call in here. Take Dave and Troy. Dave, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Gator. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well.
Love the show. Hey,
thank you.
I've been a Michigan fan since I'm 65, since I was a little kid. Remember the 69 Michigan OSU game and the Bear Bryant days. I always grew up terrified of Alabama, just terrified. Like they were this 50-foot wall that you couldn't hope to penetrate. And then a buddy of mine sent me a highlight reel of the 30 worst Alabama plays under
Nick Saban.
Nick Saban, and it made trouble with the snap look not so bad. I mean, they are fallible. They can make mistakes, and they've made plenty of them.
Oh, I mean, as bad as trouble to snap was and improbable that win was for Michigan State, the kick 6 against Auburn, 10 years ago or whatever it was. That's even
the Iron Bowl
more
10 years ago. 20, yeah, exactly. They're fallible. They're beatable. They're penetrable. They're not impervious.
No, this is not the big bad Alabama team from a couple years ago.
No, it's not. So I got Michigan now. I was wavering, but now I got Michigan 28-24.
28-24. So a close game, but you got a high scoring as well.
Yeah, I do. I think there's going to be a lot of offensive action.
You think there's an X factor for Michigan in this game, and who would that be?
I think JJ is going to get more of a throwing opportunity in this game. I think they've got to cut him loose. I think the running game will be strong, but I think we'll see more throwing from JJ.
All right, I got you down there. Thanks for the call, Dave. I appreciate it, and Happy New Year to you. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll keep taking your Michigan predictions. Michigan and Alabama ready for it on Monday. We've got the Lions tomorrow night, and there's some good news on the horizon for the Lions. Maybe not good news short term, but good news on the horizon for the Lions. We'll get to that and want to take a look at that game closer and see where your head's at with the Lions taking on the Cowboys on Saturday night. That and your Michigan calls next year, 97.1 The Ticket. It is a Friday. Good afternoon, everybody. Gator with you today. Kang and Doug will be back next week. We talked to Doug earlier in the show. You'll hear from him coming up at 1:30. Get his thoughts on what's happening with Michigan and Alabama. We've been talking about that most of the morning here. I mentioned the Pistons off the top of the show. Probably won't go back to it. But if you wanted to say something about the Pistons, go ahead. Nice effort last night, but they fell flat. Blew a 21-point lead. Had a 19-point lead at halftime. So it wasn't like they just blew it up in the first quarter. They blew it in the third quarter. It was completely erased after the third quarter. 19-point lead going into it. Tie game after the third quarter. They took Boston to overtime, but fell short. But the big stories are football. Michigan, Alabama on Monday. The Lions in Dallas on Saturday. Very much looking forward to the game tomorrow night with the Lions. I've said all week long, I feel like it's being played with house money at this point for the rest of the season. Rest of the regular season. In that Michigan accomplished. You won the division. You're hosting a playoff game. That's great. Anything else is gravy. It's house money. If I want to put the bet down and, I end up getting blackjack, fantastic. Let's have the Lions beat Dallas and have a shot at the number 2 seed. If the Lions win out, they get the number 2 seed. If the Lions win out and San Francisco loses one of their final 2 games, Lions get the number 1 seed. Hello? That would be amazing. Now, from the Lions' standpoint, they're going to play their asses off tomorrow night. And Dallas is going to play as tough as they can. Dallas doesn't want to lose this game. So you have to match the intensity level or you're going to get hurt. And the last thing you want to happen is to get hurt. Not up in here. You don't want that. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, good news is that he's getting real close to returning to play. The bad news is it won't be tomorrow night. It sounds like he'll be ready to play perhaps next week against the Vikings and ready for the playoffs. Other good news, James Houston, defensive end, outside linebacker, who broke his leg in like week 2. He returned to practice yesterday, and he will not be playing tomorrow night, but could return perhaps next week against Minnesota or certainly for the playoff game. That's exciting, getting these guys back. These 2 players are key players for the Lions defense. Adding in a ball-hawking safety, the guy who tied for the lead in interceptions last year, bringing him back to this team, a guy who can be a vocal leader as well, a guy who chirps and gets in the ears and gets in the minds of the opposing players. Yep, he'd be great. And then having your best pass rusher return to the team that desperately needs to establish a pass rush from the front 4 as opposed to counting on it from blitzing. Yes, we need him back. And I say best pass rusher, and I know that Aiden Hutchinson's on the team. It's just that James Houston had 8 sacks in 7 games. Got a knack for it. It's what he does. He does it really well. And to get those guys back for the playoffs, let's assume that's going to be the case here. Really excited about that. The other good news on the short term is that it looks like the offensive line is completely healthy. Taylor Deckard said, I'm ready to go. I'm going to play. So you're going to have your offensive line intact with Decker and Sewell at tackles and Jackson and Glasgow at guard and Frank Ragnow at center. And that bodes well for the Lions. They're 6-0 when those guys start on the offensive line. 6-0. Now they're taking on a Cowboys team that's 7-0 at home. Dak Prescott is outstanding at home with a quarterback rating of 122. Something's going to give. It's like last night's game with the bringing up the Pistons again. Pistons had a 27-game losing streak going into the game, and the Celtics had a 21-game home winning streak. Somebody's streak is going to end. Well, something's going to happen tomorrow night. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. It has all the flavor of this one just being a fun game to watch at home because it's going to be a Saturday night game. It's New Year's Eve weekend, so people aren't really going back to work until Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, maybe not even next week at all for some people. So this is just a free and clear weekend, and you can have at it on Saturday night. Lions are the big show in town. I think this game could be the most watched regular season game of the entire year in the NFL. Dallas and Detroit, primetime Saturday night. It should be great. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also taking your calls about Michigan, taking your scoring predictions in the Michigan-Alabama game. Who do you think the X factor is going to be in this game? All that. I got some text coming in. Michigan's going to win in a shootout, 27-24. I wouldn't call 27-24 a shootout. I'd call that a close game, but not a shootout. I think a huge X factor is Michigan's tight ends. I know that Bama's secondary is good, but the tight ends should allow for good matchups. I tend to agree there. I think that Colston Loveland could have a big game for Michigan, and I think they need him to be a factor in this game. You talk a lot about the secondary of Alabama, but Loveland's been at times uncoverable. And I've always said quarterback's best friend is a tight end. And J.J. McCarthy has kind of mastered that short passing game with Michigan this year and going undefeated to this point. We'll see. These bowl games are getting tougher to watch because it feels like half of the conversation is about the transfer portal and who's not playing. I'd rather they not talk about that and just announce the game. That's interesting. I think at times you have to mention who's not playing, but when you have a laundry list of players, like, for instance, Florida State, when they play Georgia, they're just going to get housed. They have nobody playing in this game. Their top 3 wide receivers all out. They're going to enter the draft. For some reason, the backup quarterback, the guy who was concussed and couldn't play in the ACC championship game, for some reason, he's entered the portal. I don't know what makes you think you're going to have a better gig than playing with Florida State, but hey, okay, you're doing that. So that means the third string quarterback, the guy who did play in the ACC championship game, is going to be elevated to the starter. They're also missing a bunch of other players, including on the defensive side, Jared Verse. So that's not good. But like, for instance, when Caleb Williams isn't playing quarterback for USC and you've got Miller Moss who's in the game and you say, as an announcer, he's making his first career start, I think you have to mention that, oh, by the way, in place of the Heisman Trophy winner from 2022, Caleb Williams, who's opted out for the NFL draft. I think that's fair to do. I'm just saying. 248-539-9797. Mac is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mac.
Hey, I just want to pay you a good compliment. Where can I listen to you on a regular basis?
Well, you can.
I've never heard you.
You can download the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, AUDACY, and you can follow 97 on the ticket anywhere you go on the Odyssey app.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're doing a great job, and I prefer to listen to one person rather than 2 or more.
Oh.
But I got, getting back to the meat and potatoes here, I got Michigan, my Wolverines, 30-13. The defense, just like Joel Klatt says, they're a boa constructor. They grab you by the third, fourth quarter, you're dead. They choke you. And I think Mike Sanderstill is the X factor on defense, and my favorite player on the team, the Don himself, is going to be the X factor on offense. I look for him to really have a great game, and I think Blake Corum's going to do exactly what he always does.
Score when it gets in close. Give you 4 yards. Give you 4 yards of carry. Nothing flashy. Just do what he does.
Right. Move the chains. Take the time of possession down. We're going to keep Jalen Milroe on the sidelines, and I think our defense is going to cause a lot of problems for him that he hasn't seen. And Georgia, although a great team, they're not nowhere near as good as they have been the last couple of years. And they were bound to lose a game. My goodness, they won 27, 28 games in a row. You know, the odds were catching up to them. So I think people are taking too much weight in that.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Mac. I appreciate it, and thanks for the kind words. I thought that Georgia this year, they were number one all season long because of who they were the previous 2 years. You know, just to be the man, you got to beat the man. Until somebody knocks them off, that's where they're going to reside. And they beat everybody in front of them. And you have to give them credit for beating those teams in front of them. But I didn't feel like this was a Georgia team that is like the Georgia team we'd seen the previous 2 years. Defensively, they didn't have those guys. Oh, that's that guy. He's going to be a top 5 pick. Oh, that guy. He's definitely a first round pick. They didn't have those players on defense like we saw before. 2 years ago, that team was absolutely loaded with the Jordan Davis team and all the linebackers and defensive backs. I mean, the entire defense was was drafted, it felt like. And they were gone within 2 years. All those guys were drafted. This year's team didn't feel like it had that guy. Now, maybe they do have those guys, but those guys are so early in their careers. They're sophomores, they're freshmen, the redshirt freshmen, that we'll see them emerge next year. I think Georgia's going to be awfully good next year because the quarterback's going to be a year older. The quarterback's only a sophomore. They have an outstanding running back. They have really good receivers. They're using the transfer portal well. Georgia's a machine, and they're going to be right back next year. Alabama's a machine. They survived the fact that they didn't have the most experienced quarterback this year. They lose the game early to Texas, and then they just rolled after that. And Milroe got better and better and better every week, but Milroe still hasn't been that Tua Tagovailoa type number guy or Bryce Young. He's been very good, but not like those guys. Those guys put up flashy numbers. But Milroe has managed the game. He's done a good job. He's made plays with his feet. And Bama as a team, this is a great team effort from Alabama this year, and they were able to knock off Georgia and get to this point. Now, how good is Michigan? They deserve the number 1 overall seed. But I'm not convinced that this Michigan team is better than the Michigan teams we've seen the last couple of years. But this one's awfully good. They play awfully well together. I think maybe the offensive lines the last couple of years were better than this one. Maybe that's had the effect on the running game and why the running backs haven't responded this year to as well as they played last year. But J.J. McCarthy's incredibly efficient, and I think this game against Alabama is going to play to his strong suits. Shorter passing game, utilize the tight end, use the running game, make plays with your feet when you have to. You need to get 5 yards on 3rd and 5, and you end up getting 7 because you can do that with your feet. I don't think it's going to be a flashy game for J.J. McCarthy throwing the ball downfield all over the place. I wouldn't do that. Alabama's got a great secondary. But I would expect Michigan to have some sort of trick play up their sleeve as well. 248-539-9797. Lots of football to talk about. Take your pick. Lions, Dallas, Michigan, Alabama. It's all on the board for you here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's Dan Campbell. Not the cough. That was me. I apologize. 248-539-9797. Been a long week. And going to be a great weekend. Lions and Cowboys on Saturday night. You got the college football semifinal games on Monday. Full slate of NFL games on Sunday. More bowl games on Saturday. And then we got bowl games today and tonight. And a lot going on, man. I'm excited about the bowl games coming up. Particularly ones that are on Monday, because you know who's playing in those games. The rest of the bowl games you're not real sure, which makes it difficult when it comes to wagering. Still do If I Bet It. We'll come up with some picks at around 150 today. We'll do those. Again, we'll hear from Doug Karsch in about an hour. He'll come on at 1:30, give his opinions on what he thinks with this Michigan-Alabama semifinal matchup game. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you want to do that. And Bill is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hi, Scott. Happy holidays.
Well, thank you. Same to you, Bill.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say screw Alabama and screw the SEC in general. Florida State got hosed. That's a whole. I'm not going to go back there. And I don't care that Michigan's playing Alabama. It has nothing to do with that. I'm not. They could beat Alabama. It's going to be 27-20 Michigan. The defense. I think the defense is going to have to lead the way, but I think they will. I think if they put enough heat on Milroe, he's going to make some mistakes. Alabama hasn't played a defense this good this year. Period. So and that's what I think. It's going to be it might even be a lower scoring game than that. But I think there's too much talent on the field on both sides to have it not be at least like a 27-20 game.
Yeah, I've got it 23-20. I think it's a little bit lower scoring, but I do think Michigan prevails in this one. And I think they're going to get back to, being this running football team that they should be. I don't know why they haven't been able to run the ball as well this year that they did last year. Donovan Edwards has been a real head scratcher. What happened to him? But I think that you've had plenty of time to dissect what went wrong with him this year over the last couple of weeks. You can get back to it and find a way to win some games in a short passing game too.
Yeah, that's exactly. They  got to control the clock. I feel a lot better if Zach Zinner was playing, but I think they've got enough depth and talent there to control the ball. And I think that's how they're going to win the game is ball control. And you can score on Alabama. I mean, you could score on Alabama. They're talented enough to score points on Alabama. So I think it's going to be like 27-20. Thanks a lot, Scott.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, you can score against Alabama for sure. And you can get after their quarterback. They've given up 43 sacks this year. Alabama has in 13 games. Now they've only given up 8 sacks in the last 5 games. They've cleaned it up. And 4 of those came against Georgia in the SEC championship game. But they've cleaned it up, but early in the year, they were giving up sacks all the time. But this is not that scary Alabama team you've seen before. Now, defensively, I think Alabama's a pretty good defensive team. And offensively, I think that there'll be something to be reckoned with next year. But for this year, it's still a developing quarterback in Jalen Milroe. This isn't a guy who's going to, have the ability to throw for 400 yards in a game. They don't have the stable of wide receivers that really, really scare you. Burton and Bond are fine, but it's not like Devontae Smith or Jamison Williams or any of these guys we've seen in the past. And they run the ball okay. They run it to run it, and that's, like Michigan does. But it hasn't been spectacular this year. I think both teams run the ball for 4.3 yards per carry. So both teams able to score with the running game. I think Michigan has 35 touchdowns on the ground. Alabama has 30 touchdowns on the ground. I think it's pretty evenly matched. There's a reason that this point spread is only 2 points or 1.5, depending where you look. These are 2 really good football teams. I think, in particular, they're 2 pretty good defensive football teams. Offensively, they each have their shortcomings. Like, as you look at Michigan, I don't think they have any one outstanding wide receiver. I think they got a good group of receivers, but not outstanding. Good. like Alabama's receivers. They're good. They're not outstanding. I think McCarthy has more to give. You'll hear what Doug has to say about J.J. McCarthy coming up at 1:30. But I think he's got more to give with running the football. But I think Michigan's going to try to keep this in a possession kind of game. Run the football. Use the short passing game. You've got an outstanding tight end, and maybe that's the mismatch that you're looking for. But I don't expect to see them going deep and trying to stretch the field because Bama's that's the strength of their team is with their corners and their safety. And they got some pass rushers too. So you're going to have to be able to run the football, which they should be able to run the football. You want Zenner out, okay. You still have 4 outstanding offensive linemen, and the guy who replaces him is pretty good too. I think Michigan handles their business. It's a good football team. They should be proud of what they can accomplish. Marcus is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, Scotty. Happy holidays. Thanks so much for answering my call. Go Blue, by the way. Hope that they prevail against Alabama. I think they've got the better team in that matchup overall. I think they're balanced on defense, and I think running game-wise, Corum's got a bit of an edge over McClellan. The reason for my call is I wanted to talk hockey for a little bit because after watching that Minnesota Wild game, this Wings team is just really starting to get infuriating to watch. I mean, they started off the season with, 9 losses, just slightly under 10. Now they're looking at 16, 15, and 4. Patrick Kane obviously has come in and done exactly what he was supposed to do. He's scoring goals. He's got 9 points in his last 5 games. He's got 11 points in his last 11. I mean, he's been the bread and butter of this Wings team.
They've won. The Red Wings have won 2 of their last 11 games. 2 wins since they acquired Patrick Kane set on the ice. And it's not on Patrick Kane's shoulders. Patrick Kane's been outstanding for this team. Every time he's on the ice, it's a scoring opportunity. He's great.
Yeah, the offense has been doing its job. I mean, look at Larkin. He's got 29 points. You look at Comfrey. He's got 21. Raymond's got 26. Sprong's got 22. The offense
DeBrinket's done the job, yeah.
This defense has been so infuriating. Aside from Gostisbehere and Sider, this bench defensively is doing nothing. And guys like Husso and Reimer, I feel so sorry for them. They're being let out to dry defensively. They're averaging 30, 40 shots a game. And when you're giving up 4 or 5 goals a game, that's not going to do anything making a playoff push. So I'm wondering if Yzerman goes after defensemen at the trade deadline or if he's just going to roll with what he's got right now and hopefully build a youth from that point. I just feel like they need a couple more guys on defense because right now this isn't going to get the job done. Even if you're looking at a wild card spot, this is not going to get you in a wild card spot.
Well, thanks for the call, Marcus. I appreciate it, and I agree. I think the defensive shortcomings in this team, they're being exposed right now for not having enough depth there. I think in large part, though, these are fixable things. I think they can be fixed with scheme, and if you want to fix it with personnel, you can fix it with personnel. They have cap space to do it. They can go out and get a player or 2 if they want to at the trade deadline, and I think they will. I think Steve Yzerman is going to make some moves. This is a playoff team. This should be a playoff team. You added Patrick Kane. You weren't real sure what you were going to get. You were hoping he was going to be, okay to good. He's been great. Every time he's on the ice, there's a scoring opportunity for that team because of what he can do. He's an outstanding passer. He's a sniper. He just makes plays. And when you put him out there with DeBrinket and Larkin, and particularly all 3 of those guys at the same time, I'm waiting for the goal. I'm just waiting for it. And it's been fun to watch. Offensively, they've been pretty good this year, pretty consistent. During this 11-game stretch, though, it's been a little bit more Jekyll and Hyde with the offense. There have been plenty of games they haven't scored. And the fact that this team hasn't won a game yet this year when they've scored 3 goals or less, they're 0-15 in that stretch, that's not good. That's not good. But again, I think it's fixable. I think it's fixable with holding guys more accountable, maybe changing the scheme up a little bit. And I think there can be some personnel moves made as well. I mean, we'll see what happens here with Edvinson, how he develops. Is he going to stay with his team for the long term for the rest of the season, or is he going to go back down to Grand Rapids where he was playing very well? We'll see, but I think that they will add to this team for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls talking about Alabama and Michigan on Monday. The Lions and the Cowboys coming up on Saturday night. I mean, this is must-see TV. We got some college bowl games to look at all weekend long. Look, we're going to hear from Doug Karsch in an hour. We've got some picks to make with If I Bet It coming up at 1:50 today. A lot on the table for you as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Ken Cal on the call. Love hearing Cal talk hockey. See if the Red Wings get back to their winning ways. He's got a couple games this weekend, including the New Year's Eve matchup. 5 o'clock at LCA on Sunday, which is kind of cool. I know people make this an annual tradition that they go to the Red Wings game for New Year's Eve, and maybe they go downtown for dinner beforehand and head out to the hockey game afterwards and stay downtown and party it up. Get a limo, the whole bit. Maybe you stay downtown, one of the hotels or the casinos, whatever the case is. And now this year it's a 5 o'clock game. I think it's even better. Gives you more options afterwards. Kind of relax a little bit. That's kind of cool. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's get back to the phones. And same number to text us as well. In fact, let me get a couple of texts here. Texter says, going to be a special night with Michigan fans, Michigan's face planted into the field after Bama gets done with them. LOL. Yeah, I wouldn't look for any blowout either way. Not in this game. Saban has more experience in games like these. Only if Michigan plays and executes flawlessly with JJ doing the same, they will win this game. I don't think Michigan has to play a flawless game because I don't think this is one of those David and Goliath matchups. This isn't the big, scary Alabama team, and frankly, it's not the big, scary Michigan team either. But these, I think, two are the top 4 teams in college football, even though I think Florida State should have had their chance to play. But if you just do it by who are the best 4 football teams, I think Alabama's definitely in that conversation. The Michigan arrogance is alive and well since being named number 1 in the ranks. Michigan is yet to get punched in the mouth, and if they do, Michigan will lose. Well, they have yet to be punched in the mouth. I agree with that. I'm not sure Alabama's going to come up with a big punch in the mouth either. You'd think they would. A Nick Saban team, I think Nick's going to have his guys ready. I'm just not sure if Nick Saban's team is good enough to beat Michigan this year. And, both teams kind of played similar towards the end. They had a tight game that you wouldn't have expected to be tight. Michigan's tight game was against Maryland. Defense came up big in that game. Alabama had a tight game against Auburn. They shouldn't have won the game. They got lucky. I mean, maybe luck's the wrong word to say, but I mean, when you convert 4th and 31 for a touchdown on a contested pass in the corner of the end zone, okay, great job there. And then they beat the big game they had left on the schedule for Michigan. It was Ohio State, and for Alabama, it was Georgia. Both teams knocking off undefeated teams to get to where they're at. Final score prediction, Michigan 26, Alabama 21. Why is no one talking about Alabama hiring a former Michigan coach just in time for Monday's game? That's not cheating, huh? Phil and Monroe. Looking forward to the game. Michigan and Harbaugh get to show if they are real or fraudulent. Yeah, this will be part of that, I think, for sure. And I think, for this season, I think that they are possibly the best team in college football. This is a weird year. This isn't like years past where you look at teams and you look at Georgia and say, Georgia's not going to be beaten. That's a tough-ass team. They are stud after stud after stud on that team. Or an Alabama team that we've seen in the past. And so that's just too much talent there. I think the teams here in this Final Four, they all have talent, but not at the level of those teams have had in the past. So this is what makes it exciting for me. I think all 4 teams have a real legit shot at winning the national championship. I mean, last year, did anybody think TCU was gonna win the national championship? No. And, Ohio State did give quite a scare in their semifinal game, but in the end, Georgia wins because Georgia was best team in the country, most talent. 248-539-9797. Craig is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Craig.
Gator, how's it going?
Going well. How are you?
Excellent. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you.
It's interesting to hear people talk about, what they think Michigan should do and shouldn't do, run the ball, short passing game, Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner and, Blake Corum and J.J. with short passes. All that's great, and that makes a really good game plan as long as we don't do what we did the last 2 years in the playoffs, and that is turn the ball over 3 times in each of those games and get behind early. We were down at halftime to Georgia 27-3. Last year we were down 21-6 to TCU. It completely blows out the game plan when you're coming from behind. You have to throw the ball. You have to take more risks. You end up turning the ball over. And, that's not Michigan's, path to victory. Their path to victory is do what they did all year long, and that's control the game. In game control and just like, if you're giving up a score here, but you're getting scores there, and it's a tight game, you're still in control. You're still able to run the ball, throw the short passes, but you can't get behind and you can't turn the ball over.
No, I agree with you. I mean, turnovers are key. You can't have them. I think the difference is the Michigan-Georgia game, that matchup, Michigan had no chance. Georgia they were the best team in the country. And Michigan did not have the same talent level that Georgia did across the board. Michigan had some really talented players on that team, but not nearly as many as Georgia had. Georgia was too good that year. And what happened last year, you got that story that's going around that TCU knew that Michigan had their playbook and that they took advantage of Michigan knowing. And Michigan had no answer for it. So, I don't know. Believe what you want to believe. But I think your point is dead on. They can't get behind early, not by a bunch. You can get down by a touchdown, but you start getting down by double digits early in the game, you can play on your psyche, and that doesn't bode well. Michigan has not played from behind this year. Not all that often. I have to go back and look and see the last time they played from behind, but they haven't had a whole lot of time on the clock where they've been down in football games. And yeah, turnovers absolutely key. Michigan takes care of the football just fine. They do a good job of that. I think throw out what happened last year against TCU, and assume that J.J. McCarthy has learned from his mistakes, that he's not going to get rattled, that he's got the experience now and he's ready for the big stage. If he's not, then he'll get exposed. But I suspect he'll be ready for the big stage. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll hear from Doug Karsch coming up at 1:30. More of your calls and your predictions next. You want to get on the board, say who's going to win the game and why. How chesty are you as a Michigan fan? Feeling quite chesty or what? Who's an X factor in this game that you see for Michigan or perhaps for Alabama? Also, the Lions and the Cowboys on Saturday night. Looking forward to that game. What are your plans for this one? How do you bring in the new year with this game? I mean, it's not New Year's Eve, it's New Year's Eve, but nonetheless, Saturday night, what are you doing for it, man? You having a watch party at your house? You going to a party? You going to a bar? This would be a nice night to go to the bar and watch the game. Be pretty cool. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I think Jim Harbaugh is going to have his team ready to go. I think Nick Saban's going to have his team ready to go. And I think we're going to see a slow, low-scoring game. And I think Michigan comes out on top 23-20 and have a chance to play for a national championship. I think there are just a couple things that give the edge to Michigan. I think playing this game in Pasadena, I think it means more to Michigan than it does to Alabama. I think it certainly means more for the head coach. I think McCarthy has more experience than Milroe. I think that's going to help out a little bit. And I think Michigan's got a bigger chip on their shoulder than Alabama does. It feels like Alabama knocked that chip off the shoulder when they beat Georgia. And then maybe Alabama right now is feeling they're playing with house money. But if you're Nick Saban, you keep that chip and you polish it as bright as you can. You let everybody know, hey, look, nobody thinks we belong here. Everybody thinks that Florida State should be here. And then you pump up your team. Florida State didn't knock off the number one team in the country. They didn't knock off the team that won the last 2 national championships. We did. And then go out and do your business. But I still think Michigan wins. 248-539-9797. Some ticket text coming in. If Bama is worried about us stealing signs, then they have their heads in the wrong place. They aren't focused on the game if they're focused on something that isn't happening. Well, or maybe the Alabama's just playing mind games by bringing it up and letting their players talk about it a little bit. That could be. My prediction for Michigan and Bama, Michigan wins 35-33, and it will end in a safety. Brian from Algonac. 2 things. 1, I'd be stunned if a game ended with a safety, but saucy call. And 2, 35-33. Man, that's a lot of scoring. And if Michigan wins at a safety, it was tied at 33 and you get a safety at the end? Okay. Michigan 28, Alabama 24. Not chesty at all. That's from Chris in Traverse City. Bring on Alabama. To be a champion, you got to beat the champion. That's unnamed texter. Can we stop with the stars and recruiting? U of M is not the SEC. They're going to get dump trucked on Monday. Can't cheat your way through this one. That's from Matt. Yeah, somebody brought up the different star players that obviously Alabama has more 5-star and 4-star players than Michigan does. Look, it's about coaching staff and how you're able to coach guys up. And identifying talent. Not every 5-star is a 5-star. Not every 4-star is a 4-star. And not every 3-star is a 3-star. You don't know what you're getting. Ask Texas A&M. All these 5-star players they got, that help them out at all? Then they transfer out. Did they do anything? No? Look, some teams are better than others at identifying talent. And I think Nick Saban's done a pretty good job. Let's go back to the phones. And Jeff is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hi, Gator. How are you today?
Doing well, Jeff.
That's great, man. First thing I want to say, totally, dude, is go Lions, huh?
Yeah, can't wait for that one tomorrow night.
What greatness, right? You know, our Detroit coach is an animal, dude. That's how I describe him. You know, he's made mistakes, but just wow, dude. From what we've had for so many years, you know, I'm 57 years old and I was there when Eric Kramer took us through our playoff little bit of run there that year, and you know, but it's just go Lions, man.
Yeah, I love what Dan Campbell's done from moment one on the scene, talking about biting kneecaps off, and some people it rubbed them the wrong way. Other people like myself, I loved it. I thought he was genuine, and then as you get to know him, get to see him speak more, and get to see this team, you know, believe in him. It's not an act; it's who he is, and this team he has changed the culture along with Brad Holmes and Sheila Ford Hamp and Chris Spielman and everybody else involved. They have absolutely changed the culture here in Detroit.
100%, dude. I agree with you 100%. It's just like so good to see that.
It's fun.
Anyways, on to Michigan, dude. I think really Michigan's in trouble. The reason I say that, I'll just make it quick, Gator.
Yep.
I don't want to say anything about overrated or anything like that. But, you know, today, ask yourself a question. If you put Ohio State and Georgia on the field right now, who do you think would win that game, most likely?
Between Ohio State and Georgia?
Yes, sir. Just for coincidence, you know. I mean, what you think, you know, Georgia is
I don't know, I'd love to see the game.
Near as good as I'm saying, yeah, it'd be cool. But they're you know, a different team than they were last year. and Bama is too. But if you look who Bama played through the whole year, it's like that Texas game, if you rewind it and watch everything, they made a bunch of mistakes, penalties, touchdowns taken back, all that kind of stuff. I just don't think Michigan has played anybody with any kind of substance this year at all. I think their schedule is so weak. I
don't know. I think Penn State's a pretty good football team. They handled Penn State, no problem. They go ahead and beat Ohio State, who is a very good football team.
Definitely.
So I think those are two good wins. Look, they end up beating the next best team in the Big Ten in Iowa. They shut them out. I don't think.
Yeah,
look,
I
guess my point is, Jeff, I don't think any team really has separated themselves this year as being this juggernaut team like we've seen in the past with past Georgia teams or past Alabama teams. Nobody looks like that. All these teams that are in the Final Four, they all look capable of winning.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you with that, but I think the videotape of Michigan sitting in the cafeteria and finding out who they were playing explains it all. I mean, I really do, and I don't think Michigan is a bad team by any means, but I just think they're overrated, and I think they're in deep trouble. That's just my opinion.
That's fine.
All the other years, and Harbaugh loses the big games. Saban's a great,
Right, you got a score, Jeff?
I'm going to say probably 31-13 or something like that.
Yeah.
Honest to God, yeah, I do. I think Michigan's going to get down, and then that culture thing is just going to take right over.
All right, thanks for the call, Jeff. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. That's a big disparity there. 31-13. That'd be getting hammered. That would be that would be embarrassing if they lost the game like that. I don't see that playing out like that. I think it's hard for me to actually envision a lopsided win like that. I could see Alabama winning a game. I can see them winning the game. I think it's going to be close. I just don't think I can see them winning by 3 scores. Jason is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Gator, not to get off topic or anything, but how weird is it that we're actually talking about the playoffs and not the NFL draft for the Detroit Lions, man? It's a blessing.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Look, I love the draft, and throughout the years, we do our Karsch and Anderson mock drafts, our 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and right up to the draft, right? Each month we do it, and it's been fun the last couple of years because the Lions, with 2 draft picks in the first round, it's been fun to look at that. But I'll be honest with you. I don't miss doing that to this point. We have yet to announce a mock draft on the air. And there's 2 games left, and there's no reason to, because we don't know where the Lions are going to be drafting. That's the exciting thing. Is that we know it's going to be at least in the 20s, but who knows? It could be in the 30s. But it's so great that they are playing as well as they are that we don't even think about the draft.
100%. And if we are thinking about it, I think in them 20 slots, I think we should probably get some type of cornerback for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first glance, first blush, and thanks for the call, I would imagine it's probably a corner. But again, a lot of this is dictated what you do with free agency, who you bring in, who you lose in free agency. But yeah, I would guess corner is an area that they're going to look at. It depends who's there. The best player available type thing, it's there. I think you look at offensive line and try to get ready and prepared for adding to that offensive line, knowing that it needs to be a strength for this machine to work. But otherwise, I mean, you don't need a receiver in the first round. You don't need a running back. You don't need a quarterback. So I'm looking at offensive line, corner, sure, not linebacker, and maybe defensive end. So corner, defensive end, offensive line. Okay, fair enough. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to ticket text us as well if you'd like to do that. We're talking Michigan, Alabama. We're talking the Final Four in college football. If you want to bring up your thoughts on the Washington-Texas game, I'll offer up my quick thoughts on that. Also, we've got the Lions game tomorrow night. Lions taking on the Dallas Cowboys in Big D in Jerry World. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. How big of a deal are the Lions going to make of this? Well, they're going to give their best shot. And they've got some good news on the horizon with players coming back to the fold. We'll talk about that as well here on 97.1 The Ticket.